Gentlemen, holler at me if you can hear me. Is the track coming across too loud? Ah, Mr. Hate Vicious in the house. All right. We're going to go one more piece of music, and then I'll get right into it. Gentlemen. Give me just a moment here. I think. Yeah, where we go. Be with you in just a couple of minutes. Ah, gentlemen. Let's cut this down and get down to business. Start talking, start bullshitting a little bit. Doing what we do here best. That's take care of fellas, right? Take care of what we need to take care of. Because I don't really, give a fuck about nothing else. We are waiting on the designated guest, James Von Maxwell, the ginger hamster. The link that is being posted is for him. Sigma, I'll get you in just a moment. Relax there, sir, and we'll take care of business. Manic, the mechanic, in the house.
Hello.
Hello, Hammer. How you guys doing? Hello, Manic. How you guys doing?
Hello.
Yeah, dude. Today's been a little hectic for me.
I think
not gonna lie.
Hang on.
Had me a pretty good day myself. It's pretty peaceful, cool weather.
Gents, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Let me see if I can hear you guys in the stream. Yeah, everything should be fine.
Yeah, I can hear you, Manic.
All right.
Everything should be fine. Yeah, I can hear you, Manic.
Can we hear you guys?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we're all good.
Uh-oh. Can we hear you guys?
Yep.
Okay, there's a feedback loop now.
All right. Yeah, we got a feedback problem.
All right, is it fixed now?
Yeah, is it fixed? Yeah, is it fixed?
I can hear you in real time. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you, Hammer.
Okay, I think we're all good now. Yeah. So how is
There is
your
a
day?
delay.
I will have to say today was pretty good. Weather's pretty cool. Got myself a walk in. Not too bad. How are you guys?
Dude, not gonna lie, I was doing like college work while listening to the Undead Chronic stream.
Hey, can't blame me on that. That was a fun stream.
Yeah, I mean, we just started, so it's not like anything important, really.
I mean, so many haters. All because we're basically just speaking the truth about everything that's wrong with our society today.
Yeah, and like for me, that's kind of less so the point of my channel. Mine is just like providing entertainment by entertainers that don't hate you.
Right.
Okay,
I mean,
like
you got my channel on Midtown TV where I would sometimes post some videos, but really honestly, because of everything that's going on, I just kind of fade in the background and just watch the chaos, you know?
oh yeah,
If you want to
yeah,
subscribe to my channel, that's cool. And if you don't, that's cool as well.
yeah. I'm gonna need to like mirror my channel to like other websites.
Hey,
The thing
do
is,
what you want.
yeah, yeah. Thing is, like Odyssey's weird about making multiple accounts and with one IP, and I made one like a personal one before I ever uh before I even contacted Chronic about like being a warband dude.
I see that. I see that. I see that you tell me that Odyssey has a little trouble with that. Even I don't post much on BitChute anymore because really, I think of it as just another YouTube.
Yeah.
Probably YouTube back in the day before it became censor heavy, but
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the point of Odyssey. Like, it's supposed to be the internet back in the good old days.
you know where you can get away with almost everything.
Yeah, like I saw like so. Are you guys aware of the ex YouTube creator Leafy is here? He got
Yes.
banned last year for making fun of Pokemon.
Leafy.
I used to watch him all the
Wait,
way
Leafy?
back in like 2015, 2016. Yeah, Leafy is here.
All right. I think we got this fucking squared away. Can you guys hear me all right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Outstanding. Wonderful. All right. We are waiting on the ginger hamster. My apologies for that, gents. I had a sound setting set wrong.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, yeah,
So,
it's fixed
Sigma
now.
Rodan, been seeing you for a long time, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing very, very good. How are you doing, Hammer?
You know how it is, man. Just
In fact, this is actually my second channel. My first one was actually with my actual name. It got banned around Halloween election time last year because I think it was because when you got deleted, Hammer, I had to basically call out Susan, basically called her a zealot, and then pretty soon she got so pissed off, she just decided to just nuke my channel. Then just made another one. It was painful, but hey, I didn't know what happened at the time.
yeah, absolutely. None of us did. We didn't understand what was going on, you know.
And the fact that I got banned, I guess I must have done something right. Even
Hang on one second, gents. Okay, go ahead.
What is that, Manic?
Oh, nothing. Just I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know that the time that I got banned, I must have been doing something right because my old account, my old YouTube account, got very much deleted. I'm now using this to do the YouTube nonsense with you guys. To basically spread the MGTOW word and to contact with you guys. I've been doing the same thing with Black Pill on steroids and Jay MGTOW.
Absolutely. Maxwell, I see you in the chat there, brother. Hit that link. I'm going to put it up and then get your butt in here.
All right. I can introduce myself to the man.
Me too. Yeah.
So
I was preparing this I was preparing this a week ago when he was supposed to be on Undid Chronic stream.
No doubt. Hey, big ups to all of the wrenches in the chat. Not too many, but they got their shit together. So thank you very much.
Nice.
Yep, absolutely. So coming off a Chronic stream, that's a different kind of broadcast right there.
Very, very different. Very different.
So I have no issues with that. That's why I go to it and I participate in it. He'll tell you straight up with no equivocation. The man will tell you, I am not Red Pill. I am not MGTOW. I am me, pro me.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the shit out of it.
And I can respect that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's a fine example of people from differing backgrounds, people that are headed probably in different directions, being able to come together, talk, agree, disagree, and then move down the road.
And that's why I say I respect the war band.
Absolutely.
Because the fact that they were actually able to be civil with us, they're not MGTOW, but you know what? I'm cool with that. They're doing them, we're doing us.
You do you. The only thing that I've ever said is you come at me with usury, expect to get both barrels because I don't tolerate it. I won't tolerate it.
Yeah, because
I'm like this. You try some fuckery, you gonna get fucked the wrong way.
What you gonna say, Manic?
Yeah, just like we can identify the same problems, but we may differ on the solutions.
Sure,
exactly.
Sure.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Is the hamster in?
He should be. I don't know why he hasn't clicked that link yet. I just wrenched him up, so I'll put the link in the chat one more again. Tex Bolivar in the chat. Usury is the devil.
Many things are the devil.
Many things are the devil.
Just one of them.
You got it. You got it. That ain't no fucking joke. I'm gonna run up in the chat here real quick and see if we can get a couple of things. Pulse Kebab didn't get a notification. What the fuck? Well, what a shock, man.
Yeah.
Hey, that sucks, man.
Though.
Yeah, he's in the chat. Yeah. Colin Pemberton. Hey, Hammer, just found your stream. How you doing, brother? I'm doing just chilling, sitting here with my friends Manic and Sigma Rodan.
Yeah, do you want I have something I'm developing for the warband kind of in the background.
Hey, cool.
They're like, to basically bypass the YouTube notification system.
Yeah.
We have so I made Telegram channels for Ribby, Chronic, and I. We haven't officially announced them yet. So it's literally only like me and the IFTTT bot. But anyways, so basically I just have a bot making it so whenever we post, it'll post a link in Telegram. So it's a guaranteed notification.
Yep. Gentlemen.
Oh, look at that.
The ginger hamster is in the house. James, what you doing, bro?
It's interesting because hey, you guys, good to see you. I'm actually streaming on my channel at the same time.
Oh,
so
shit.
I have you streaming on my channel, and I didn't know if it was going to work, but what the hell? Let's try it. Right?
Got some cross-platform pollination going on.
Yep. We got don't cross the streams, man. Don't cross the streams.
Success Pool Endeavors. I got no notification. Big fucking shock.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah.
Big shock.
I hear you. Never happens.
Well, when you're not popular on YouTube, I guess that's what happens.
No, well, when you are not towing the line, that's what happens too. So
that's right. Susan hates us. What are you gonna do?
Yep.
That's.
I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna do. You're gonna do your thing, and you're not gonna back down under pressure from corporate entities. You're gonna stick it right in their fucking asshole and blow it up.
Go. Damn.
That's what you're going
to do. You're on fire.
You guys get taken down, I'm going to find you and I'm going to subscribe again.
Bro, let me tell you what. There's some dedication in this sphere. I'm telling you that right now. When my channel got blew up a couple of weeks ago, I'm just a few hundred away from 6,000 again.
Damn.
No shit.
Awesome.
No shit.
Who
Jealous.
Yeah, I know, right? What do you mean?
They're jealous.
I know. He's so evil. How do you do it?
So
How do you do it,
evil.
Hammer?
I'm gonna
How
tell
you
you what
doing,
I
my
do.
man?
I go out and I fuck bitches and I throw up. No, I'm just playing. I don't do none of that shit. What I do is I don't ever deviate from those core principles that I talk about.
Exactly.
That's what I do, and that is a big fucking problem for those people.
Sadly.
Yeah. Well, I just yes, I'm with you.
Yes.
Just send us $29.95, and we'll tell you how to be.
Seriously, you gotta pay for that nonsense.
This
Oh, no.
fucking guy, man.
Come on,
Pick up artist class.
Excuse me, I've got some pheromone soap. Let's go.
Hey, baby, don't drop the pheromone soap.
Don't drop the soap. I can't
Hell
believe.
no.
You know what? I can't believe that most of the guys in my old school, back in high school, I was on the football team, freshman football, and right when I get back into my locker room, I hear some guys singing, "Don't drop the soap." Like, literally, they were literally singing, "Oh, I dropped the soap. I dropped that soap. Oh, I dropped the soap."
That's ridiculous, man.
Did any of you guys in high school, did any of the guys there ever sing that song?
No, they get beat up.
As the youngest guy here, okay, I can say with confidence that people will intentionally drop the soap.
I'm like, why, man?
I'm good with that. I think I would run on down the road. I get my towel, get my new suit, and I'm gonna be done. No, thank you, sirs. Thank you, no. Thank you, no.
You didn't miss much, guy. You didn't miss much, the goddamn bacon. In fact, I think the party's just getting started.
Yeah, I'm telling you what, man. Successful endeavors. It's good to hear, Sigma Rodan.
Thank you.
Oh yeah,
Successful.
absolutely.
Thank you, Successful.
Mr. Maxwell, what are you doing, sir? What you been up to? How's that move going?
I'm coming over to see you, and I'm going to drink all your beer and eat your food.
Well, joke's on you because I ain't got no beer.
Damn it. What? You invite me over and you have no beer?
No. I'll invite you over and buy you some beer. I don't keep beer, so.
I don't either. I do not have beer in the fridge, just, aging.
I got some Gatorade, man. I got some water, too.
I'll take that. Hell yeah.
The Populous Pimp, PPT. Yo, boys. What's up, Populous? How you doing, sir? Oh, there's too much quiet in here, gentlemen. All of these mouths and no talking.
Hey,
we're flapping our jaws over here.
I don't want to cut someone off. That's my problem.
You're good, man.
No,
Go ahead, man.
Get
What
in
you got to say? Go ahead. Get in there.
All right.
Do it.
All right, I'm coming in.
Riggs says Hamster gives prostate
beer.
massages for free beer. What are you
Hey,
saying?
man.
Oh,
I think the
man.
bastard not the
from
free
hell.
beer, man.
Is it the 2-finger variety? You got to let me know.
Oh no, I give it the
full
full.
finger
If
variety.
if I'm gonna do that to a dude, I'm giving him the full. He's getting the full
give him the
deal.
5-finger one, man.
This fucking stream just got labeled in a particular way.
Oops.
Oh, my
sorry,
God.
Susan. Sorry.
Nope, sorry, Susan.
They said,
All right,
no,
all
bitch, no.
Don't worry, I'll make it Susan friendly again. So,
Oh please.
so
We'll find a way
so
to take it down eventually. I mean, again, he's probably triggering over the fact that we're still doing this.
I would agree with you. You know, these motherfuckers comb over your shit to find anything that even remotely fits into that nebulous TOS that they've got up there.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of our fans showed up here tonight. Because remember, while we're doing this, they're probably thinking, what are these MGTOW guys doing right now?
Well, no shit. That's what I say about them all the time. They need us more than we need them. I don't need them. They make their whole goddamn thing about us.
Right.
So, you know.
It's gonna be hilarious. It's gonna be hilarious if they try to pop up in here, being like, "Oh my god, these guys! What is that? A sound of a black man talking with white men?
Oh my god, no!
Sold out.
And you got internalized misogyny and racism.
Internalized racism. Oh my god, what a bunch of bullshit! I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead, man.
In my old high school and college now, those words are just thrown around, like
Guaranteed.
in the text, in the like student handbook, like internalize whatever buzzword.
Guarantee it.
That was
Guaranteed.
not around when I was in high school.
Guaranteed. Fortis, King, Carp, D's nuts, Strongbow. That motherfucker. What a name. Dick Marks at JVM. I imply nothing. What you infer is on you.
Hey, can't argue with that.
Right on.
Not argue with that.
Mr. Hate Vicious, Master Wrench in the house.
Hate Vicious.
Women
Hello. Yeah,
who talk about Red
Hello,
Pillar
Mr.
MGTOW, they
Vicious.
are dick chasing. Yes, I believe that 100%.
It's gonna get more around the winter because remember, winter is coming.
Yeah, it was never not going to show up. I mean, these people are fucked, and I'm sorry that they made the choices that they made, but maybe they should have had a brain. No, I don't.
My free stuff. I've got Paul Anner, Duval, Chimay, and Stella Artois.
You're reading off of your chat, right? Your
no,
stream?
I think it's your. I already shut mine off because it didn't work. There was no. It's weird.
What in the hell is wrong with you?
I don't know. I'm weird, but I'm driving on Coors Light now, so I'm
right?
I'm really bottom of the barrel, boys. Bottom of the barrel. This might be fun.
Man.
We'll see what happens.
Top of the barrel.
So Manic, you guys planning anything with the hopefully upcoming Warband comic? You got anything going?
Ooh,
I think. What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
It's been a while. I'm pretty sure he made some big progress when he was on his 2-week break.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten any update after the fact. I could text him right now. Oh, good thing he's online.
Outstanding. Give that man a text.
Yeah. Right now we're trying to develop my lore, and I think I said this on the last stream I was on with the aborted brother that shows up like a Jedi Force ghost.
Oh God, that is ridiculous.
I was actually thinking of showing up like a phoenix, a phoenix
ridiculous.
that guards the war band.
So, Mr. Hate Vicious, your wrench is up. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, brother. Mr. Hate Vicious, your wrench is on, sir. So you are in the house.
Wrench it now. Do it.
The wrench.
Outstanding. So how much effort did it take you, Mr. Maxwell, to get all of that shit from where you were to St. Louis?
You don't even want to know.
Oh.
My sister still hates me.
Why?
Because I was such a fucking prick.
Why?
Well, I mean, that's normal. I mean,
what'd you do that for?
Well, here's the deal.
Tell me.
Loaded all the shit up in Denver, right?
All
Me and
right.
a guy. And we loaded all in the truck. And I get over here. I drove 19 fucking hours to get here.
Dang.
Yes, yes, sir. And I get here and I go to the apartment and it was like Monday, like at 8:00. So I'm in there. I'm like, oh my God, just give me. And she's like, oh, let me show you the tour. I'm going to give you the pool. A really nice looking girl, actually. Oh, I'm going to show you the pool. Here's your thing. And here's your key. And here's
Did she have Pika Bangs?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Did she have Pika Bangs?
Oh, sure. Yeah, she had everything. I tried to hit on her, and it sort of worked in a way. But sometimes you
got a key, right? Yeah.
You have to plant the seed, and it'll grow in a few months.
Well, you plant the seed by laying the pipe, homeboy.
Hey,
Yep.
hey,
Pipe.
I'm 57. What kind of pipe can I lay?
Oh shit! It's
The
time to
old pipe.
replace all of that stuff.
The warm
I got to get
pipe.
some blue chew, bro. Blue chew.
Maybe
That's
not
it.
the hot pipe, but the warm pipe.
I'll give her something. Oh yeah. So anyway, I get here and she's like, "Oh yeah, let's go look at the pool." And I'm like, "Oh my God, please stop." So we looked at the pool and I'm like, "Could I please just have the key, please?" And then my sister's here and she's, "No, just give me the key." And me and my sister, oh God, no, I'm never gonna do that again. Fuck that bullshit. I'm gonna hire some guys, some young men. I'm going to give them $200-300. I'll give them $500, load the truck, go over there, drop the shit off. I'm not doing it. I
That's
can't.
my next move right there. There's
No,
no
screw
fucking
that.
way that I'm doing this again by myself. That's
No,
not happening.
No.
Right. It's that much of a risk.
Because I mean, my knees. I'm old and fat, and my knees. I couldn't get out of bed for like a week because my knees hurt so bad.
Wow.
I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating. I'm like, holy shit. I mean, overall, it was pretty good. I mean, I got a workout, lost some weight, and all that stuff. God damn it, I'm not doing it again.
That's fucking crazy, man.
T Snowy
It sounds like
23.
it was a real pain in the fucking ass.
Oh God. And then the truck, and then I had to go over to freaking Hazelwood or whatever the hell it is over in St. Louis to bring the truck back, and those guys were chill. They're like, oh yeah, just put the truck over, it's fine. But I'm like, what do you mean? You got to look at it,
Right?
I just fuck it.
114 of you madcaps in the
What
house,
the hell?
man.
Hit the like button.
Nice.
Come on.
70
like
70
button.
likes,
Yeah,
70
it's gotta
Fonzies.
tighten it.
Hey, thanks, gentlemen. I appreciate it all, no matter what. Thank you.
Show
Yeah,
some love, Sky Titan.
Hammerhand, are you gonna make me go down to Dallas and fuck the fat bitches?
I'm gonna tell you
man,
what.
don't do that.
Oh, no.
You don't get
do
your
that.
shit together, you're gonna be murdered by them ditch pigs. Like
I'll
real
fly
quick.
away before I try
You've
that
been
nonsense.
volunteered, so you know there it is. That's
All right,
kind of
so-
horrifying, but you know.
Okay, so about the comic, Chronic just said probably Christmas. I don't know.
Okay. And
Where the
That's
hell is
cool.
Chronic? Why isn't he here? What the hell is going on here?
He already
know.
did one earlier today. It was an
Yeah, he
impromptu
did
for
one
about
earlier.
2
Oh,
hours.
that's true. That's probably a lot for him to actually, talk to other people.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did.
Oh
Yeah,
my
he did
God,
one
it
earlier.
is.
I know you ain't talking shit. Come on now.
Yeah.
Not me. I wouldn't do that.
No,
No,
of course not. No. Oh man, says Island Hermit. Man, how long have you guys been on? I didn't get a notification. What's that? About the 10th motherfucker that has said we didn't get no notification.
You know, Susan doesn't like us, man.
No.
Yep, we don't. I'm sorry. Coors Light. Sorry, I'm a bitch.
You're good,
Dude.
homeboy. I'm
Yeah,
not going to sit there and listen to you snore and fart when you pass out. So
What?
you know.
No,
Huh?
no.
Yeah, Hammerhand. I feel like you could use a Telegram channel with all the dudes that aren't freaking getting the notifications.
Yeah, I think that maybe that might be. I'm
sad
already
thing
on
is that-
Telegram, but maybe I'll start advertising the Telegram so that folks can get
Okay.
on there, and I'll just go ahead and hit them up there.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
anybody
sad.
that's interested, we don't have to worry about woke Jicky being an asshole
Yeah.
and sending all of her little 10,000 censors after us.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
true. But I do enjoy a good fight. And also, I did have Telegram before, but because it was eating up most of my apps, I had to get rid of it.
Damn, I don't even know what
Yeah.
to say about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the memes on
sad.
Telegram are too good. I'm downloading like every third one.
Yeah,
Man.
it's a tragedy. I got an iPhone, so it takes so much space.
Now,
Oh,
who-
yeah.
I'm sorry. Who is this man with the red avatar? Could you
This
turn
is-
him up a little bit?
The Sigma Rodan. Yeah, Sigma, your volume is a little bit low.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Sorry.
Yeah,
That's
go.
all right. No
All right, that's
problem.
better. That's better. German power lifter. The worst garden tools are the ones that selectively skanky only put out some of the time and act
The
like
worst
prudes
garden
the
tool
rest
is
of the
eating
time.
From the Bible. That's
You
who
know,
the worst garden tool is. The rest of them just followed suit.
Yeah, they do, man. It's their culture. It's what they do now.
Right.
You know,
Even if you go anywhere else, they're going to act this way eventually.
I agree. That people keep trying to say that, and I was one of them, and I still believe it, that there's a certain degree of femininity in other countries, Southeast Asia in particular, Mexico, Guatemala, Guadalajara.
Maybe so.
There's a lot of femininity left, but there's a lot of shit that comes with it.
Exactly.
There's a lot of shit that comes with it, and you are at an immediate disadvantage in these countries if you go there because you're not a fucking citizen.
No.
They don't recognize you as a citizen. You get with a girl over there, you get property, you have any long term, she's going to walk away with everything because she's the citizen.
Like in Mexico or
Especially Southeast Asia, Cambodia,
Oh,
Vietnam,
okay.
and
Yeah.
Thailand, Burma, Bhutan. They're all like that.
Now, you're looking for outright garden tools. Don't go to India. Don't fucking go to India. I heard a lot of shit.
They're
going on
gynocentric
there.
as fuck.
I like those Indian
Yeah.
chicks though. They're hot. I think.
Nah,
Some
man,
of
they
them.
falsely accuse you like a motherfucker. Over
Yeah.
there.
Really? No
they
shit.
are terrible with the accusations, and I think they are only second to maybe Israeli chicks.
Ooh.
Israel is fucking terrible, awful.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, they are awful. There's a couple of really good specials that are on
I've actually
YouTube
seen
right
some
now.
videos.
You know, and they'll tell you, these guys will tell you all day long, if you don't do what these Israeli chicks say, they will just throw the fucking accusation, man. And they get fucking whooped, killed, shot. It's fucked up.
That's insane.
I mean, but you've seen. I mean, let's woof for a minute. I mean, those Israeli girls with the in the military outfits. Fuck
Yeah.
me. Come on.
Yeah.
Holy
Look,
shit.
I'm not saying
okay.
that they're not fucking hot.
Damn.
I'm not saying that they ain't got
Right.
something to offer sexually, you know,
Right.
aesthetically, of course. But how good is that when you're getting smoked because of an
Right.
accusation?
Right. How
So-
like they may
I mean-
be attractive, but is it worth it for you to get falsely accused by one? Sheesh.
I mean, the Israeli women are doing that. Really?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
No shit.
Spain's
Yes.
Oh, Spain's bad too.
It's all throughout their culture. I'll tell you what, why don't you guys talk amongst yourselves for a minute, and I'll go see if I can find that, and I'll post it in the chat.
Okay.
All right.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
So, what's
Cool.
you guys' story? What's going on with you, sir?
Yeah, I'll go first. Just you know, Chronic made a post about wanting a gaming channel to join him in the warband. So
Oh, really?
you know, I emailed him, and then now I'm here. All right.
Awesome.
I'm at, I think I'm like 740, 730, almost 740. Yeah.
Are you
so,
you're like a gamer, dude? Do you play games?
Yeah.
Oh.
I play games.
Yeah, man,
It's,
we need to get Manic up there. If you guys are not messing with Manic right now, go over there and sub to that channel. Let's get this brother up to 1,000 so he can start doing some shit on this platform.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Where's the link? You got that? Or
Manic, drop your link in the chat,
Yep.
bro.
yeah, do
Yes,
Yeah,
that.
sir.
drop your link, man. Drop your link.
I shall.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm kind of out of the game thing. I used to have an Atari, but it's been years.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to drop the link to that Israeli special that was run by RT. Full disclosure, Russian money is in RT, so take it for what it's worth, but it's in the chat.
Wait, is Russia like in conflict with Israel?
Not particularly, but RT is
Yes.
partially funded by Russian media.
Huh.
Yeah, that's
So-
true. Yeah.
I mean, most people over there are pretty much in conflict with Israel about something.
Yeah,
So,
I
you know.
believe so.
All right.
David Graham in the chat. As someone who's had a medical condition, made my feet purple. Fuck you, anti-lumpites. I don't what does that mean? Did I miss something?
I have no idea, but
Yeah,
it's
I have no
entertaining.
idea.
So there we
I
go.
like that. Yeah.
Huh?
Fuck you, you anti-lumpites. I like that. Yeah,
Mr.
that's
Hate
good.
Vicious. Feminism is spreading everywhere.
Oh,
There
it's
is no lie to
cancer.
what he's saying.
Yeah.
It's
There is
terminal.
no
I mean,
lie
it's
to what
like
he's saying.
terminal fucking cancer. What the hell?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it is.
Oh.
Yes,
Let
it
me
is.
ask you your questions. We'll just go down the line here. Sigma Rodan, what is
Yes.
your opinion on feminism?
Ugh.
Has it accomplished its goals?
Hey, guys, you gotta step back. This is what I gotta say about feminism. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I hear you, bro.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Manic, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
James, are you ready?
He's ready.
Okay. Fuck feminism and the goddamn train that it rode in on. Fuck feminism and fuck the SJW bullshit. Fuck them.
So is it your consensus that it's gone too far?
Yeah. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate feminism.
Now, do you hate women, or do you hate the fact that they stand on equal legal footing, or what is it that you don't like?
What I don't like is the fact that you could do anything that a woman could say that she's a victim of. Like a man could be a victim of the same thing and get no help. My problem is the double standards. I don't hate the women.
So there's a double standard. Yeah.
That's the thing that I hate. But so far as women, no, I don't hate women.
No, I love women. Women are fun. They're fantastic, but they're out of control.
Sad part is that a lot of them aren't willing to listen to most of their men.
They're not gonna. They don't have to.
Hey, look at
No.
that. You got a fangirl, man.
They don't have to. That's all right, man. But I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell every female that comes up in here, and which it shocks me that females want to listen to this.
Yeah,
I understand why, but I don't squelch men, and I don't cut them no slack. So if you come in here and bumpity bump, you're going to get lumped up.
Yep.
So I appreciate the well wishes, Caitlin. Hey, Hammer, hope your day and your stream is going well. The stream is going wonderful. We got a bunch of hitters in here. We're talking, bullshitting, having some fun, and you can enjoy that if you want to.
Yep. Hey, I ain't hating, but also I just want to just say that I just have a problem with those standards that feminism uses. That's
Sure.
why. That's my biggest problem.
Sure.
And
Manic.
the loop model.
Yes.
Oh,
sir.
yeah. Well, yeah, the Duluth model for sure. Manic, what are your thoughts on that, bro?
Yeah.
Dude, it's like literally for like all of my adult life and basically high school career, I've had to live under the boot of wokeness, feminism, whatever you want to call it. So it's like,
what made you realize that there was some type of disparity, legal or otherwise?
dude, I'm not sure. It's like I was always raised just like open the door for women, and then but like I was raised that way, but then I would go to school and I was being told not to, and on the internet I was told not to. This is like 2016 or whatever, when that was like the hot debate, that and like Target gender neutral bathrooms or whatever.
So you started to sense a little bit of a disparity, and it's all going one way.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dr. Ginger Hamster, what is your opinion on this, sir?
Yeah.
On what, sir?
Oh, man, you ain't already 3 sheets in, are you?
No, I'm not. I was
good.
I was chatting in the chat here. So
Your opinion on feminism, sir, has it gone too far, do you think?
it's garbage. It's bullshit.
Yes, sir.
Everything
Yes,
they
sir.
complain about, everything is a lie.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Everything. There's nothing there. They're making up shit at this point to keep
Hey,
their
look, Kendall
movement
Rican's
going.
in the chat.
Yes, they
Kendall
are.
Rican, hey,
Master Wrench, Kendall Rican, welcome.
What up, Ken?
it's nonsense. I have no idea. I have no concept of what they are talking about at this point.
Do you think
Except-
that they have a concept of what they're talking about?
I have no, they don't. No, these are brain dead drones spewing bullshit. Ah, wait, women are oppressed and women. It's nonsense.
Nah,
It's crap. It ain't happening.
No,
Never
these are the
has.
freest people in the history of the world.
I mean,
Is
they're
the
most
Western
spoiled.
woman. Yes.
The
They're so
Western
spoiled,
female
in
is
fact,
the
that they don't
most-
understand it.
The most powerful human being to ever live on this freaking earth. They have more power today than the kings and queens and Genghis Khan and all the people in the past. And they don't fucking, well, do they know it? Yes, I think they do. If they don't
Yeah.
bitch about something, they have no power.
Agreed.
No,
and you have to
I
keep
mean,
the
what-
grievance
what do I
industry.
got their power by
I'm evil.
complaining.
I'm evil. I'm
Well,
sorry.
the grievance culture has to be kept going, right? Otherwise, those millions that they get from the government and those subsidies that they get from corporations dry up and go away.
I mean, you look at the gay guys, right? The gay men and women, they were bitching. We should be able to get married. Okay, so we got that through, and they stopped. It's like, okay, we won. We went home.
That's
Stop
debatable.
the fucking feminists. Well,
It
sure.
is in a way, but it's not nearly as bad as the fucking feminists.
I mean,
They
heck,
just keep
you
going
gotta ask.
on and fucking on. The same with the,
Right.
the like black. I
You
can't
think
say
about,
it, but
like,
go
where
ahead.
were all of y'all back in the day when all the storms were happening, right? That situation with Afghanistan. You didn't hear not one feminist talking about, let's go over there and save those women.
Zero. Correct, sir.
Now
Nothing.
they are.
I mean, you think about what's been going on, like with Hollywood, even them trafficking those little girls, those little boys. Feminism
Bro,
is
it's
not
hard.
over there talking about, hey, we need to save those children from these evil people from Hollywood.
Facebook blocks that hashtag.
Yeah, it's hard. It's difficult to watch Hollywood movies now
Very difficult.
You know, knowing what you know and seeing these people playing these parts, these pretend parts in real life, they have come out and absolutely co-signed authoritarianism and tyranny.
Sadly,
They don't care. They don't care.
No, they don't. They don't give a fuck. I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger, fuck your freedom, right?
yeah.
Howard
Exactly.
Stern,
I'm
fuck
like,
your freedom, right? Oprah Winfrey,
Yeah.
fuck your freedom. Everybody on the Alphabet Soup Group, MSM Media, they're telling you the same thing. Oh, it's not about your freedom. It's about safety, folks. It's safety.
Safety for the girls, yes.
Yeah.
Fuck men. You know,
We don't give a shit about men.
You know,
No.
you'll be the test bed for everything.
It's amazing to me that you look at Oprah, and I admire her for her hustle. I mean, she's really done well with her life. You know, I mean, I think she had a kid like she was 15 or something. She's got it together. I admire her, but then she's this leftist fucking bullshit. What are you talking about here?
Yeah,
What are you
someone
doing?
like Oprah, I wouldn't trust.
Well, look, you get to such a point, you get to such a stature, you accumulate so much cash, power, and influence, you are going to be folded into the existing party. Now, I'm not talking about Democrats or Republicans or Libertarians. I'm talking about you're going to be folded into the people that run those motherfuckers. And if you don't get folded in, if you resist it, they will destroy you.
Exactly. I mean, look at what happened with that Family Matters actress, the one that played Myra. She couldn't play the game, so she had to be taken out.
You know, there's been more than one. I mean, you could say John McAfee. You know, you could look at somebody like fucking Epstein. Yeah, Epstein got greased, Holmes. I'm sorry to tell anybody here that thinks that he just committed suicide. That motherfucker got greased.
No one thinks that.
No one.
Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that. The guards are asleep, coincidentally. The cameras ain't working, coincidentally.
Yeah, at the same time. Oh, it just happened. Right.
Give me a fucking break, bro. Give me a break. Craig Furness in the chat. Hammerhand, have you seen some of the construction workers protesting in Australia? Yes. Yes. I'm surprised no one's built a killdozer or two down there. Hey, I just watched that movie Tread on Netflix. That's pretty good flick. It's built on the killdozer deal. So yeah.
Creative.
That's crazy shit.
So Hammer, there's some people in the chat that want to join. I don't know what you're doing here, but your channel.
We can only have 6 in.
Okay.
And I think 4 is about the deal here, man, because we kind of running over each other.
You get too many, it just gets crazy. Yeah.
No disrespect to y'all out there that want to pop in there. I appreciate it, but when somebody drops out, I'll put the link in there, and there's no pressure to drop out, man. We're just here chilling.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a Saturday night. I'm chilling with the Maytel brothers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Zool, Master Wrench Zool, you have your wrench back, sir.
Zool.
Yes.
I like that. That's good.
Zool.
Mr. Pliskin, Killdozer is my hero.
What's a killdozer? Sorry.
That fucking guy, Marvin Heemeyer. I won't go into the details here because it's very long and laborious, but Marvin Heemeyer is a modern day hero, in my opinion. The man was done terribly wrong, terribly wrong. And he just decided he wasn't going to have in it. So he dropped about 3 tons of armor plate on a bulldozer that he bought and decided he was just going to bulldoze the fucking town. And he did it.
Oh my God, really? Okay.
Yes, he did. He did it. And it was large. It was huge fucking news that day. But then the next day, Ronald Reagan passed away.
Oh.
So it was just fucking buried and covered up.
I remember that. I remember when Reagan passed away and watching the funeral, actually.
Yeah.
With Nancy in the coffin and all that. Yeah. That was a long time ago.
Nasty Reagan, is that what you called her?
I did not. What are you saying?
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
Is there something about Nancy Reagan being a whore that I don't know about?
No, I don't know about that. You know, you never know what's going on behind closed doors, but there was always that weird plastic grin.
Yeah.
You know, It was just fucking bizarre. It was
Yeah.
bizarre.
Yeah.
These folks they've lived their entire lives in front of a camera and surrounded by wealth and the means to accomplish and do anything. So they're strange. You know, Ronald Reagan, before he was the Republican savior and the governor of California and the eventual president, was a Democrat.
Yep.
Interesting.
That's right.
He was a Democrat. And when he was working for the Screen Actors Guild, he was also in charge of rooting out communists in Hollywood.
Correct.
Interesting.
Yep.
So Ronald Reagan has a fucking storied history.
I just like the fact that they block it out, you know?
Oh, they don't want you to know it. They don't want you to know it. These people that are buying up all of these sources of information and these vast quantities of historical information, it's so that they can meter it out or change it. They understand that if they just get you one generation, just one generation, you're fucked. And we're in the third generation of this.
Oh,
so
my generation is not looking too good.
Yeah, my generation
Gen
looking
Z.
good.
No, it's not.
So Manic, you're Gen Z. Sigma, what are you, a millennial?
I was born 95, so I'm also a Gen Z.
You're a Gen Z.
1995. No shit.
No shit.
I don't know.
So
About you, Hammer. I was what the hell?
Ginger
I was
and
like 31 years old or something.
Yeah,
So,
Ginger and the hamster and myself. I think we were born when wagon wheels were coming into style.
hell yeah, John Wayne, baby. That's right. That's
So
right.
yeah. Placebo effect. Gen X here. Hey, put it in the chat. You Gen X? What are you? Millennial? I have no hate for anybody. Just if you don't feel comfortable, don't do it. But I'm Gen X.
Yep, I'm Gen Z.
Because what am I, a boomer? I guess I'm a boomer. A boomer.
What are you, 64? Yeah, you're like on the ass
1964.
end. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
on the ass end of that, of being
You're
a boomer. So
Bro,
yeah.
you're older than my parents.
My mother, I know, right? My mother was definitely a boomer, but I think I'm a boomer Gen. What is the next one? Gen X?
Yeah. It's boomer, Gen
Somewhere.
X, Gen
Yeah, my
Y,
mom
Gen
and dad
Z.
were Gen Xers.
I'm ugly. That's the guaranteed part. Go ahead.
Le Pot de Fleur, 52. What did you say? Gen X? Yeah, you're Gen X if you're 52.
Is
yeah.
it really? Gen X is 52. Jesus
Yeah, Gen X
Christ.
is 52.
My God.
That's
Time does
amazing, isn't
fly.
it?
It is.
Yeah, it does, bro. That's fucking amazing. That's amazing.
Son of a bitch.
Yep. And he's in the chat with us.
I mean, I bought some books today. I mean, does that make me a, I don't know, like real books with like paper and stuff?
No, man. Boy, I
Whoa.
got two books sitting over here on my nightstand. And,
I got some books in my place too, guys.
glance at them and read a few pages here and again. And hell fucking no, man. Reading, in my opinion, reading books is kind of where it's at because the digital frontier is so fucked up and so manipulative. I always tell my son when he's doing research for school, he uses Bing or Google. I says, you need to get 3 sources now to back up your information.
Yeah.
Well, but Google says, I says, Google is a
Fuck
pay.
Google.
It's a pay engine. It's a pay engine.
Yep.
When you can pay to promote certain results above other results, you got a problem. There's an ethical problem there already.
Yeah.
You know? So yeah, you got to have 3 sources now backing up fucking information. And it's really difficult to verify information now because your mainstream media is in the fucking bag for whoever's in the White House if they like them.
Right. They don't like you like DJT. Yep. You're at
But I mean, there's just, I think there's just something about reading a book, like a real book, holding it in your hands. You have coffee and you're turning the pages. There's something about that.
It's different.
I find it
definitely.
satisfying.
It's very different. It's very
Well,
different.
something that
it's
allows
different,
you
but
to
I mean,
know that
that's-
you're winning.
That's where we and Hammer grew up, right? 3 channels on TV, barely had FM radio.
Yeah.
We had AM.
Yeah. FM was a really new thing.
It was, yeah.
You know,
Oh my God, I got my new Buick and it's got that FM radio in there and an 8-track player. Oh my God, I'm so yeah.
I despise the speed of advancement. Advancement is okay, but you have to make sure that your population can handle it. And this population is not equipped to deal with the technological revolutions that we're going through every 10 fucking years. They're just not. Kendall Reekin in the chat. Hammerhand, did you see the video of a man in Turkey? He refused to get the jab. He bulldozed 4 dump trucks. No, I did not see that, man. I'll look it up.
That actually happened. Let me see that.
I'll look it up a little bit later on, Ken.
I'm gonna look that up tomorrow too, man.
Mr. Hate
That's
Vicious,
hilarious.
Betamax. Yeah, if you wanted to pay $1,200 fucking bucks in 1975, you had a Betamax.
Yeah,
And
the
goddamn, they were
earliest.
great.
Jesus.
No,
Oh, yeah.
okay.
Yep.
Okay, that like I remember I had a girlfriend that was like a couple months older than me, and she didn't know what a VHS was.
It doesn't surprise me.
Not
It
surprised.
don't
this
surprise me,
is-
man.
You
I mean,
had
I
a
know
girlfriend?
VHS when I have one.
Well, this was like early high school, so
The
like,
fucking
I'm giving you
hamster
a hard
being
time.
fucking mean.
Oh no! It's all good. It's good, clean fun, people.
yeah. You
Bridges
want
don't
to know what
fly.
else is good clean fun?
Oh, go
What?
ahead. What?
What else? What else?
All right, yeah, James Von Maxwell. Just I might have clickbaited you just a little bit, and
Oh shit.
yeah, I
There we
have
go.
a video. I have a video called the Manosphere Battle Royale, where it's like I just put a bunch of like MGTOW YouTubers into a
Yeah, I
Hunger Game
saw that.
Did I get in there?
simulator.
Was I
Yes,
in
you
there?
are in there.
Oh God.
I forgot
no.
I forgot how, when, or if you died. I'll just say that.
Oh shit. Oh
Well,
shit. That ain't good, man.
Oh,
When was that?
Dude.
I don't know. It was I'm
September
not dead
12th.
yet. Actually,
Yeah, I
cool.
just remember Chronic killed me. So
Chronic
Ooh.
killed you. Well, he
Yeah,
kills
that's
everybody.
it.
He
And
fucks
then-
all the redheads in Colorado. The bastard.
Oh man. Fortis King, Carp D's nuts. Don't mess with heavy. God, that fucking name gets me every time. Don't mess with heavy equipment operators that still have the keys to the dozer. Look, I'm gonna tell you what. That ain't no fucking. Oh man, now that you mention it, I remember seeing that fucking dump truck video. I didn't know that was from Turkey. Yeah, he went down with the fucking shovel and just started hollowing out the cabs. Yeah,
Cool.
I remember that. They were trying like fucking crazy to get him out of the box so that he wouldn't destroy all of their equipment on the yard. Yeah, I remember seeing that now. Yeah, I saw it. Oh, man. Paul, I'm a Ligma male. I don't know what the hell a
Yeah.
Ligma male is, but okay.
Yeah,
You're going
when
to have
a
to explain
Sigma-
that one to me, Paul.
when a Sigma and a Ligma unite, alphas shiver.
Oh God.
What? What?
Whatever. I'm not hearing it.
I don't know what's going on at this point.
I'm not
Yeah,
hearing
neither
it.
do I.
Hammer, get control of your stream here, bro.
Hey, man, you wanted it, so deal with it.
What?
Exactly.
You know, you invited me, you bastard.
That's true. I did, man. I think if I didn't invite you, bitch, you'd be on suicide watch. So
Come
you're
on
here.
now. I was doing a stream, and then I had to stop the stream to come here. So you know,
Well, that's all right. It's all of us in the same house now, so it's all
that's
good.
right. You got it.
Oh man, Kwachang Kang. I mean, I am watching that show right now. I'm about halfway through the first season. I just went and bought all of that kung fu stuff. You could do some damage in the city of Chicago with a D8. Yeah, you could. But I think in Chicago, they care so very little about life that they would actually call out an Apache to fucking missile your ass. I believe that. Oh, Midnight Runner 04 in 1982 and 9 years old. I thought I was a man because I could lift a VCR. They were heavier in 82 than they were in 89. I'll tell you that.
God damn.
They sure were. So hold on one second, gents. Let me get through them chats. Polska Bob, Master Wrench, hit them likes, man. Hit them likes, people. Retarded
true.
Dwarf. Alpine
likes,
and Pioneer
guys.
cassette in the car, and you were ready to rock. Yeah, Alpine, Pioneer. Oh my God, my brother, he didn't go after the JVC, even though JVC was really good. There was another one, and I can't remember the damn name. Kenwood. Kenwood was another good model that we used. So, sir, fuck it, I just missed something here that I wanted to see.
Kenwood, I had the shit. What were those triaxle fucking speakers and shit in the back of the car?
Is that right? I didn't do a lot of
Pioneer
speaker
in-
work.
Sorry, what?
Go ahead.
No, it was. I think they were coaxials. They were like in this plastic container. You put them in the back of the car. Loud as hell, really good. Yeah.
Neat.
I think
Until the fucking
might have
bass
been
revolution.
Jensen. Well, hey, I had a Vega, for Christ's sake. What do you want?
I want you to not explode while you hit the gas pedal.
Exactly, yeah. Hopefully the car won't fall apart till we get to the A&W, Mabel.
Sons of Thor, we had a Hollywood video in our town. We did too.
Oh, yeah.
We did too.
Oh, yeah.
I do
We were
call
messing
him
around with
holding the MGTOW because he spreads a lot of wisdom.
Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. Of course, there are some people out there that would vehemently disagree with that and try to, kill me just to make sure that I didn't spread anything.
Figures.
You know how it is, bro. I mean, we got some rabid motherfucking fans.
Yeah.
Got some rabid fans out there.
Yep.
And they show their dedication quite often.
Retarded Dwarf says a Vega. Yes, 1975 Chevrolet Vega, yellow station wagon, manual transmission. I was driving my pregnant wife home at the time, and the fucking tie rods fell off the front end. I had to go. Yes,
really?
I had to go in there and get some metal and strap. Oh God, what a piece of shit!
Bro, what the fuck?
Man. I know. Hey man, for real?
Yeah, I ain't kidding you.
Man, that's a fucking death trap.
That's a big piece of shit. What a Chevy's best.
Trap. Wow. Placebo effect is Riggs, the same army grunt that Terrence Popp talks about. I don't know.
Yes, he is. Yep.
Is he? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Herpes. Yep.
Oh, sweet. Bridges don't fly. You wanted it, so deal with it. That's why I'm divorced.
Uh-huh.
Damn right. Fat dog. Either way, that would be an improvement in Chicago. You're not fucking kidding. If they went over to Beetlejuice's house and bombed that motherfucker out, that would be cool too. I'm good with it. Zool. Oh, we fucking missed it. Where did he go? It went and jumped. I'm sorry about that. Shay Necked. Be kind. Rewind.
Be kind. Rewind.
You remember that? Who fucking just farted?
What?
Who farted?
I didn't. No,
somebody on here just fucking farted. I can smell it. I can smell it.
I didn't.
No,
I didn't.
Riggs Jr. I got some
What's wrong with
Pioneer
farting?
speakers.
I like farting.
Shut the fuck up, motherfucker. I'm reading. Riggs Jr. I got some Pioneer speakers in the plastic speaker boxes. Damn, you held on to those for a minute. Oh, man. Video update and Mr. Movies. Fortis King. I'm calling you Fortis King from now on. I'm not reading the rest of that. I ain't reading the rest of that. It's evil. It's evil.
No, I didn't fart.
Not these days.
I mean, if I farted, you'd know. Trust me. You'd know.
Garen fucking T that shit. I ain't trying to listen to that. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it.
Smash the likey button, people.
It's terrible. I'm gonna get them. Cheers.
Yes, sir. Cheers.
Cheers. Amen. Yes.
Damn, I'm almost done.
Coors Light.
Jump out of here and get me some shit. 170 of you eyeballing this crazy old motherfucker and assorted hostage guests.
Bingo.
They're hostages. They're hostages. You know that, right? They're hostages.
Oh, yeah.
Not really.
So, yeah, man.
Yeah, I came in on here willingly. I'm no hostage.
You will stay here.
Bet.
I can always choose to leave.
Look at his face. A crazy motherfucker. You will stay
He's
here.
not a bad-looking guy. There's probably a bunch of gay guys in here saying, hey, I want a bear.
That's all right. You keep that to yourself and move
That's
on
fine.
down the road.
That's fine.
Keep your shit to yourself.
Get on down the chat line and we're good.
Actually,
good.
I got hit on by a gay guy yesterday.
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story.
Seriously.
Check this out. 2000, I was in Orlando, Florida. I was working at a corner store, 7-Eleven, right? I always liked 7-Eleven, so I didn't mind working there.
Okay.
So I was in there about 4 months, and I'm in the back room, and I'm stocking. One of our employees, now I had seen this guy walking around before, and he would walk past the store, and he would eyeball the shit out of me. And I thought there could be some particular funny business there. I'm not talking about gay shit. I didn't know that the guy was gay.
Right.
And he made that clear down the road. We'll get to that part. And he decided he was going to get a job there.
So,
cool. So we get a job there. December 24th, of 2000, Christmas Eve night. Christmas Eve night. I'm sitting in the back and I'm stocking 40s. I'm sitting on my butt on the back side of the cooler, stocking 40s of St. Ides. Who knows St. Ides, right?
I think so.
And I've got about 3 cases in there, and I'm popping it. And I see him walking from the front to. We were not busy at all. He walks from the front to the back, and he walks in the cooler, and he kind of saunters into the cooler, and he puts his hand on his hip, and he just stares at me. And I see him staring at me out of the peripheral vision. I see him, so I keep stocking. And he goes, "Can I ask you a question?" And I said, "Yes, yeah, sure." Yeah. He goes, "What a nigga got to do to suck your dick?"
What?
And I'm in mid fucking stuff.
Really?
I stopped like this. I said, I really appreciate that, but I don't go that way.
No.
I keep on stocking the fucking shelves, man. And this dude's ride bailed on him. I got stuck taking homie home. So I took him home and dropped him off at his gate. I didn't go to the front or the house or anything.
Okay.
And he sits there and he looks at me. He says, "Maybe you just haven't found the right man's." I said, "Oh, homie, we're good. You got to ride, man. Yeah. Quit fucking with me."
Yeah.
He went home. He celebrated Christmas and then he quit. He quit. He told a coworker that he took the fucking job because he saw me working there.
He wanted to pound your ass, bro.
Oh, he wanted some of that motherfucker to get
right.
on him and roll him up and do him dirty. That's what he wanted. But I don't want to do that.
I mean, I don't swing that way, but I appreciate the effort. That's fine.
As despicable as the feminist gash is, I got to go with it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I got to go with it. So,
I mean, that's fine. I mean, I was on actually
I'm attracted to the opposite sex. Come on now.
No, not at all, man. I've said many, many times. I've examined ideas, and if I thought the ideas would make me happier, then I might have pursued them. But banging down on sausage, no, I'm good. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't swing that way. I don't have any inclinations to swing that way. And it irks the shit out of me that this stuff is now being taught in school as a normal thing when it's not normal. If it was normal, the species wouldn't exist.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I'm going to go and refill my cup. You guys want to sit here and talk to yourselves for a minute?
Yeah, why not?
We'll do that.
Cool. I'm going to dump this thing off real quick and you guys do your thing and I'll be right back. Who jumped out? Manic jumped out.
I didn't.
I think it was that Marauder guy.
It was Manic.
The other
Manic.
guy.
It was Manic. Warband member Manic. What are you doing, man? You left.
Yeah, man,
Shit.
you left. How come you
Shit.
left?
Why do you do that? I mean, you start talking about gay stuff.
It's possible. It's possible. It makes some motherfuckers just a little bit itchy. So, and I'm not saying that he's itchy. I'm just saying.
Hope he comes back.
I hope he does too. And what I'll tell you what I'll do though. I'll bump this. Is that the right one? I don't think that's the right one. Hold on. Let me
correctly.
Hang on one second. Tell me how to run my stream, motherfucker.
I'm not telling you anything. That's no. That's not me.
Let me put this. Hold on. Let me get this shit out of here. I'll put this. I'll put the link in the chat here, and if we can get somebody else that wants to pop in, come on in. And I'll see you guys in about 2 minutes. So talk amongst yourselves.
All right, hurry up.
Okay.
Without you, our leader, we have nothing. But I mean, this gay stuff. I mean, I don't know about you, sir, but I don't care.
Honestly,
if the person wants to be gay, go be gay. I don't care. I don't
care about that stuff either. I don't swing that way. I'm interested in the opposite sex. And to be honest with you, well, let's see. I mean, back when I was like 16 years old, I was a sophomore. This one girl, she was in a relationship with this one guy. His name was Larry. So she tried to get me with her, basically be in a love triangle with him and her. And I turned her down because I didn't want to fight over him when really she's the reason that the bullshit started. I mean, I looked at Total Drama, for crying out loud, and I've seen what happens when you get into a love triangle.
She wanted you to get busy with the dude as well. Is that what happened? What was going on?
What was going on was the girls saw me and noticed that she and I know that she was in a relationship with this guy, right?
Yeah.
But I did, and then she noticed that I wasn't, and she wanted to know if I wanted to be in a relationship with her, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do that because I'm not trying to get involved in some love triangle nonsense.
Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, she didn't want to do it. She didn't want to do a 3-way.
Nah.
I mean, a 3-way with a couple of chicks might be all right, but not with another dude.
I mean,
not
personally,
really. I don't want to suck
happy
anybody's
that
dick. I'm sorry.
I've never been asked on a date or any sort of sexual encounter with a girl because these days, since false accusations are rampant, I'm actually kind of glad that I never got asked.
You've never done any of the gay stuff?
Never.
Oh shit! What did I walk back into?
Now the thing is, though, I mean, honestly, the gay guys, and again, nothing against gay people, whatever.
No.
I don't care. But you know, they might say to you, "Excuse me, how do you know if you've never tried?"
Well, they will.
How
They
do you
will try
if
to
you've never
entice
tried?
you.
Yeah, exactly.
I've
Not
never
gonna
jumped off
try.
of a fucking cliff without a parachute, but I know I'm gonna die.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly,
so
yeah.
there's a lot of things that you don't do because you know that it's not you and it's not your bag. And I'm going to tell you something else. What they would consider if you said the exact same thing to them. Well, how do you know you don't like pussy if you've never tried? They would consider that hate speech.
Yeah.
You know, so you know, fuck a bitch. You know, keep your shit to yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, I just, like I said, whatever. I mean, if you want to, you know,
Yeah,
go
just
with
keep
other
me out
guys,
of
I
your
don't care.
bullshit.
It's none of my business. Who cares?
Right. It's
Really?
like, hey, you are gay. That's cool. Just keep me out of your bullshit, you know?
I mean, whatever. You know, I mean, you know, a gay guy hits on me. I'm like,
I mean,
okay,
I
yeah,
love
hey,
the fact that they want to
appreciate that.
shame us for being gay. And I'm like,
Okay.
it's like we're straight.
Yeah, no
Straight
doubt.
men having an opinion and realizing that the system's fucked up.
Manic, the mechanic, back in the
Yeah.
house.
Yeah, so
Awesome.
you know when you're saying like, "Oh, you're my hostages," okay, it will be really funny if I left right now.
Is that what you did that for?
Beautiful. I
Yes.
like that. That's good. Yeah.
There's
That was
always
the
somebody
joke.
out here to try to
Go
prove
for
me
it.
wrong, but guess what? Now I'm magnanimous enough to admit when I was wrong. Manic did leave on his own terms.
I don't know. Maybe it's psychologically. Like, you know, like once I left, I immediately regretted it.
Oh man!
Like,
don't tell me you got
Stockholm
triggered
syndrome?
now. Don't tell me you got
Stockholm
triggered.
syndrome.
You guys remember that movie Juice? You guys, you know, the Wrecking Crew? That's what we're like right now. Wrecking Crew.
There ain't nothing wrong with that. You talking about the rapping Wrecking Crew?
Wrecking Crew. I'm talking about
Yeah,
the
man.
Wrecking Crew from that movie Juice.
Oh.
Q, Ramez, and Bishop.
Yep. Zool. That's why the idea of a tomboy is so appealing to some guys. Just the fantasy of girls having nice traits a guy would have while still being able to pound them out. Alas, it's just a fantasy. I don't know,
Very
man.
much.
I like tomboys. I'm gonna tell you that. I have no desire to fuck a man, but
Right.
a tomboy feels more relatable to me than a feminine girl. Now, I mean, an extraordinarily feminine girl, which they fuck them. They don't exist anymore. They're dinosaurs.
Yep, they're dinosaurs.
Oh, I mean, tomboys. Come on. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're
Give me.
cool.
Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah.
Oh, I'll take it if she's Asian and got
Especially if she's a redhead. I'll take that all day. All day long. Well,
I'll take her if she's Asian in a Pika Bank.
At least 10 minutes. I can give her that. I'm
But
terrible.
I do know that my square and my life is more important.
So true. Okay, Hammerhand just left his own stream.
Damn.
What?
Oh, wait, he's back, I think.
Can you hear me?
How can
Yes.
you leave your own stream? How does that? Oh, wait a minute.
And bumped
I've
this
done that.
goddamn touchy USB, and the son of a bitch fucking dipped out on me.
Well,
Fucking
Hammer,
motherfucker. There we
I
go.
just have to show you some technology because I'm into that.
You can hang on to that shit, motherfucker, because you're making me nervous. You feel me? You feel me? You can hang on to that shit.
Oh, I want to feel you, you big bad boy.
You motherfucker, I'm gonna burn you alive.
Damn. I got the fire, man. I got the fire.
Hey,
There it
he's not
is.
fucking around here.
I
He's
got some
he's
fucking
gonna
crew
go.
on here. You help me out.
My goodness, look at this guy.
Excuse
So
me.
what, nobody in the chat wants to join. What is going
We
on?
already got
here?
4 in here.
No,
Yeah.
I mean
Hey,
you
why
put
not?
the you put the link out there, so we were.
Well, that
I
was
will-
when Manic dipped. So,
Yeah, I will have to like go within, I would say, like 30 minutes probably.
all right, bro. That's all good, man. You go right on ahead and do your thing, sir. You stick around as long as you want to. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, so
appreciate
I
that.
appreciate being here. I appreciate meeting James Von Maxwell.
Oh well, thank you.
Outstanding. Hey,
Yeah.
man, did we get you some subs out of that call out?
Yes, sir.
Sweet,
Like
man.
an
Are
instant,
you?
like 10
Awesome.
boosts. Okay, I'm at 748.
Oh man, we got to get you to 800. Got to get you to 800.
Yep.
Yes,
So
sir.
what I will do, I'll tell you what I'll do, man, is I'll link your channel to my channel in the community
Ooh.
tab, and I'll get
All
some of the
right.
fellas to come on over there and bomb you out a little bit.
All right,
Help
thank
you
you,
out.
sir.
You got it, bro. Zool,
Yeah.
there will be things nicer things about them than average chicks, but the
True.
unappealing parts of female nature will show up in them eventually. That's because they look, this is going to sound a certain way, fucking people. Can you hear me? Did my
Yeah, I
shit
can
go?
hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, your mic changed, but it's good.
Yeah, I can
Yep.
hear you.
Yep, this motherfucker's pissing me off. Hang on 1 second. There we go. We get that unplugged real quick. Like I said, they have not been taught how to be females, how to be women.
Nope.
They've been given everything that it took 10,000 years for men to carve out. So it doesn't surprise me at all that they're going to be psychopathic.
Sadly.
Sadly, yeah. It's only going to make you crazy if you get everything that we've had to work centuries for, and you get it in less than 100 years, all of it, and then some. It's no surprise to me that they are psychos, and that fucking 35% of them are on head meds,
Right.
Yep.
and that's
The
only
scary thing is that a lot of them now, you can't even be around them for more than a second.
no.
They're
You
bigger.
can't. You don't know what their intent is.
Right.
You
they're
know?
literally a liability now. That's the sad thing.
Absolutely. James, Dominic, yo, Hammer, just want to give you a shout out from Quebec, Canada, the land of the VP passport, of the V passport. Yeah. No disrespect to you, James. Fuck Canada.
Fuck Canada.
You know, I have great respect from our friends from the true north, but
Yep.
your government is fucked. They are
Yeah.
out of control. So is ours.
Mhm.
You know,
Yep.
so is Australia's.
Uh-huh.
France is learning that lesson. Britain is learning that lesson. And yeah, man, gang, we're in a fucking fight for our
New
survival.
Zealand, they're screwed.
Yeah, New Zealand. Jacinda Ardern, she's a fucking psychopath. So
Mhm.
yeah, she's a line tower. That's what she does. That's what
Australia.
she's been put in position to do.
What is Ireland like right now?
Oh,
Ireland
God.
is a
Full of
fucking
redheads.
feminist hellhole.
Yes,
no,
it is.
redheads.
That's what I've heard.
Those motherfuckers were dancing in the streets a couple of years ago,
For
crying,
abortion.
hugging each
Yes.
other for the right to kill kids.
That's right.
Oh my God.
Yeah, look, bro, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell all of y'all out there that are letting your loins drive your decisions in life, but what your dick is pointing you at is directly responsible for your ruination.
Sadly.
You know, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. I've been into my fair share of vagina. It's nice, but it's not the end all be all.
Yep. That's right.
Keep
Speak those
yourselves
facts, Hammer.
safe. Keep yourselves safe. Control your biology.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah, as young men, all we want to do is fuck a woman. That's true.
yeah,
Yeah.
I take no exception to that. I think that is absolutely true. I can only use my own experience coming up. I wanted that, but I didn't want that as a casual thing. Casual sex never appealed to me.
Nah, I don't.
You know,
me
we were
too-
talking
me
to
neither.
Chronic about this a couple of hours ago. Casual sex was no appeal to me whatsoever.
Nope.
I mean,
agree.
honestly, I never wanted kids. Even as a kid, when I was in my 20s, like when I was 20 years old, I never wanted kids. Even when I was much younger, I never wanted kids. I don't know why at first, but now, seeing as how messed up our world is, now I know
That's
I
a
made
good
the
choice.
smart choice.
Yeah, it's a good choice.
Mhm.
I love my kids and I don't regret my kids. but I have genuine concern for how they're going to be able to deal with what's coming down the road for them.
Yeah, it's gonna be scary.
It's gonna be one hell of a scary time for them.
Yeah,
they're
hopefully
going to
we
have
can-
to be strong.
I mean, they're going to be taught to hate each other and everything, and it's like, it's not true. They're teaching you a lot of lies.
Yeah. Yeah, and you've got to be smart enough. Your kids have to be guided by people that are incredibly strong-willed, because if they're not, that social justice cancer is going to bleed in on them, and it's going to affect them in bad ways.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah. Hang on one second. There you go, gents. Midnight Runner 04, red pulling my son for years. Yeah, same here. I was easily dropping red pills, and not harsh ones, not life-changing red pills, but I'd take every example that I saw with my son when I had him, and I'd say, now, what do you think about that? Why do you think he's doing this or she's doing that? And I'd start to teach him human nature and body language. And I teach him how to read people, and I teach him the meaning behind the meaning. So somebody has some interference coming through on the background mic there.
Who could it be?
I don't know. It's probably James.
Oh yeah.
What are you saying? I was playing a.
Yeah, I got you, bro. What are you playing?
Fascinating.
Doobie Brothers, Real Love.
You motherfucker, turn that shit down.
It's off. Don't worry. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was going to come through. So my apologies, Hammer.
Butthead. Bridges don't fly. I banged the hell out of a Puerto Rican for years.
Interesting.
Then she divorced me.
No surprise.
Hey, welcome to the club, homie. Me
Welcome
too.
to the club.
Yeah. AOC.
You know,
People say, "Oh, she looks like a donkey." I'm like, "Whoa."
uh,
I'd take that all day.
Look, when she did
That's
that little
donkey,
dance
man.
video of hers came out, and she was rubbing all over the wall with them
stop.
titties
Yes.
smashed all over the wall. Well, I was talking about, yeehaw, give me that donkey. I want.
I'll take that. Oh yeah.
Look, she might be a crazy motherfucker, but she's not exactly ugly.
No. The Puerto Rican girls from New York. I mean, come on. Stop. No.
Yeah, man.
Sorry. Excuse me. I need a moment with a Kleenex. I'll try not to cry on your stream.
Nah, you don't need no Kleenex, man. You get a washcloth. You better man up, boy. Man up.
I need a fucking tarp. What are you talking about?
Successful
why are
endeavors.
you
Tax the rich dress. Yeah, what do y'all think about her wearing that tax the rich dress? What do you think about
I saw
that?
that. I'm like, really? Tax the rich dress? What's next?
It'd be better if she just took it off.
It's fucking yeah. And then this trash bag has the balls to sit there and cry when all of the squad votes to defund that extra $1 billion, and she don't.
I mean, that whole celebrity event, people were just roasting them because of their outfits for being so horrible.
It was fucking stupid.
Yeah.
You know,
Also, they
stupid.
weren't
Did you
wearing
see
masks.
Kim Kardashian walking like she was the Shadow Woman?
And no masks, right? They're
But the
out there
servants
trying to
were.
sell that bullshit to everybody, and they're not doing it.
The servants
I
were,
don't
just
do
not
it.
the celebrities.
I don't do it at workplace. I don't do it.
And at the
It's
fucking
bullshit.
Emmys, right? At the Emmys, they're doing the same fucking thing. And surprisingly, now the Emmy viewership jumped up like 10% this year.
Oh
So
no.
I don't know what the hell that's about, but yeah, surprisingly, that it jumped up like 10%. Now you know how these people fuck with numbers and they finagle numbers. So it's probably somewhere in the counting of that attendance. But yeah, they're saying that it jumped 10%.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be leaving this stream. It was good.
All right, bro.
chatting with you all.
No.
Right.
Good talking to all of you, man. Good talking to you there, Sigma.
Yes.
Yeah, good talking
Yes, sir.
to you, Hammerhand. Good talking with you, James. Good talking with you, Maniac. Long live the Sky Titans and long live MGTOW. Check me out on MGTOW TV. Peace, guys.
Peace, Jim.
Okay. Do we have a link for Sigma?
If
I
he
don't
wants
think
to
he
put
likes-
that in
I-
his
he
channel,
doesn't-
he
he
can put
doesn't-
that in his channel.
He doesn't like you, Hammer.
That's all right. I ain't worried about that at all. All right, welcome to the stream, Fat Dog. What up, Fat Dog?
Fat dog.
Good evening,
Yes.
gentlemen.
Evening, sir. What's up?
Not much. Just thought I would join the festivities here online for a change.
Hey, man, glad to have you. You got any particular subject in mind?
Not in particular. I was just laughing at the AOC comments. Her, the woman that made that dress is hundreds of thousands of dollars behind on her taxes and has some illegal aliens working for her making those dresses.
That is just amazing. That's absolutely par for the fucking course.
I mean, do we care though if she's hot?
And you now know, of course, that AOC's member of Congress. She's now a multimillionaire. That happens in the first 2 years.
Oh yeah. She came in on $174,000 a year. 6 months in, was bitching about how it wasn't enough. And with all of the endorsements, if she left tomorrow, she's got $5 million in the bank, easy.
Yeah, plus all the investments that they get. I mean, there are guys in the investment club I'm in that all they do is follow what Nancy Pelosi invests in. They're making better than the market return easily.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, when corruption pays
knowledge.
you to be corrupt, Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure it is. And who says anything about it? Motherfuckers like us. Right. And nobody else wants to talk about that because they've all got some kind of they've all got a hand in the kitty somewhere and they don't want their fingers to get chopped.
As long as my IRA keeps making money following her investment advice, I'm good.
I don't know about all that, man.
I'm one of those old men that's unemployed and not looking for work. It's not interested in this economy.
No, we just read a story about that said that people that were of working age, I don't want to assume what your age is, but they said it was like 35% of working age.
I'm 61.
Well, I don't know if that would exactly qualify. Maybe they were going a little bit lower than that.
Yeah, they usually go lower. They usually go 59 and below.
You're a year off mandatory, aren't you?
Well, no, 67 is the mandatory.
Yeah, that keeps just fucking going up and up and up. They know that they can't pay people. They know that they can't. They have to take out loans to pay goddamn Social Security. So they don't mind taking it from you. They sure as fuck don't mind that.
No shit.
Let me see if we can. Uh-oh.
What do you do this time?
No, I'm good. My camera is it took a shit.
Oh, good.
So
we don't have to look at you then. So
I like you, James, but you're getting on my fucking nerves.
Sorry.
No beer for you when I see you.
All right, fine.
So yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know what to say about all of this stuff. The amount of open air corruption and the acceptance of this corruption by everybody, the apathy that people have towards this corruption, I would have never believed it. And it's staring you right in the fucking face. And if you have eyes to see and ears to hear, you can see it too. So somebody take that shit.
Comment in the room would be careful about Hispanic chicks. Tell me about it. I got stories.
If you would like to put one out there, we will listen to it.
Maybe some other time we'll get into it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The Gilded Age Phoenix. Social Security is merely another tax on your life. Yes, it is. Most will never even get a small fraction of what they pay in. That ain't no fucking joke. And that's the plan. When old boy, what was his name? Marco fucking Rubio was up a couple of years ago trying to front the bill to raise it to fucking 70.
Hell,
what?
The number of old friends of mine that have passed away in the last 5 years that never made it to Social Security.
Yeah, I mean, you're sitting there fucking suffering, you're dying, you're starving, you got bills to pay, and you can't get the money that you didn't give that money up. You didn't give that to them. They took it from you. They stole it from you.
Mm-hmm.
It's for this, it's for that, it's for the betterment of humanity. Well, that don't do me no fucking good when I'm choking down kibble because I can't afford good food. I can't get a tire change. I can't get an oil change. That don't do me no good. successful endeavors, subscribe to Ken Del Rican, and he put the Podbean link up there. And gentlemen, please subscribe to our brother, Master Wrench, Ken Del Rican. Zool, odd timing that the new Matrix would be coming out now when the real Matrix is as obvious as ever. Sadly, this new one is most likely going to be a disaster. I'm inclined to believe you on that, Zool, because I think with the one Wachowski brother that's doing it now as a female, because both of the Wachowski brothers decided they wanted to be bitches.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the fuck to say. I just don't know what to say about stuff like this anymore.
Yeah, from what I remember, the other Wachowski sibling that didn't come back is the woke one, but that's only in comparison.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that would that's kind of encouraging. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I know one of them was out there talking about they want all of these manosphere motherfuckers to stop using the red pill, blue pill paradigm because that's not what it means.
Yeah.
You're fucking all of my shit up.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
You become a woman right as men are waking up.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what this new Matrix is going to hold. I hope Keanu Reeves, I don't know why I would be concerned about his lineage, film-wise, but I hope that he really read this and understand it before he committed to it. Because he doesn't seem like he's a sucker, or one of them line towers. He just doesn't seem that way. So I hope that this is not his breakout performance as a line tower. I really hope that this honors the prior 3 movies and they just tell a fucking story. Just tell the story. We don't need any of this other shit.
Yeah, and I hope it's just not like a remake, a modernized remake of the first one.
Yeah, I hope so. The things that I've seen, I think it is promising, but we'll see. Go ahead, James.
I was just going to say, was it the second one or the third one with all that fucking bullshit? The story was lost, I think. But go ahead.
Seems like these days most movies are just being feminized. They're going with the new woman. Like, what's the new James Bond supposed to have a female Bond in it now?
Oh God, yeah.
Well, you know how these people are, man. I think that Zoomers don't really understand what's going on. I think half of all millennials don't understand what's going on. Xers can see it, boomers can see it, but they're dying out.
Yeah, I would say it'd be like a quarter, maybe, that see what's going on of my generation, and then I'd say like maybe 5%. We call it the forgotten gamers of America.
Yeah, I mean they're coming after the gamers really big time because they understand that it's $1 billion that they can exploit. They can jump up in there and say anything that they want and do anything that they want because they've been handed these inscrutable seats of power. Now, I said 25 years ago that it would be nice to have Hollywood taking a look, but I think that you're going to regret it when they do. Because these motherfuckers don't care about your comic books, man. They're bottom line people. They're bottom line people. If they can make a fucking profit, if they can turn money and make money on the investment, that's all that they give a fuck about. That's all they care about. And I was right. A lot of people were right.
Yeah. Anyways, I think I'm gonna have to head out now.
All right, Manic. Take it easy, my man, and tell everybody where they can find you and post your link.
Yeah. You can find me on YouTube.com. My username is Manic the Manic Mechanic. You can also find me on Twitter at ManicUCW. It's Twitter is quite the hectic place, but
the shithole.
yeah.
Oh, shit.
It's like I mean, I'm used to it basically, like in real life, but yeah, like if I wasn't like a YouTuber, I would not have a Twitter. Straight up.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Peace out, my man, and we'll
Oh,
see
yeah.
you there. And when I get done with this, I'll post a link to your channel, and hopefully we can get you a few more subs and get you over that 800.
Oh yeah. Also, James, I'm gonna send my email in the private chat. If you wanna, chat in Google Hangouts or whatever, hit me up.
Sounds good. Yeah.
All right.
I'll share your link on the channel. So let's get this guy up to like 10,000 or something.
So true. So true.
All right.
Absolutely.
Good to
Yeah.
see you.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we can collab on V. I know you're not much of a gamer, but we can make something work.
Well, I'm a
right.
gamer, but from 1970.
All
Good to see you,
right.
man.
Well,
Take care.
All right,
Yeah.
homeboy. Peace out, man.
don't worry.
Be
Don't
good.
worry. I can just add an online mod to the Atari 2600.
Maybe.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, the 2600.
Yeah.
Good job there.
Yeah, no shit. Wow.
All right, all right, see you
Pac-Man is
later.
on fucking X on that shit, boy. It
Hey,
bitch goes
come on.
backwards.
All right. see
Pac-Man.
ya.
I had to put quarters in Pac-Man. But go
No
ahead.
shit.
Yeah, long time ago. Go on, guys.
All right, now I'd like to welcome to the stream,
Hammer, I'm
Master
sorry.
Wrench.
I'm
Successful
sorry.
endeavors.
It's your freaking stream.
Do what you got to do, bro. It's good, man.
No. I'm just like, oh my god, it seems so me. But go ahead.
It seems so. What?
Me, SE.
What about
hello.
you? I don't
What?
care.
I'm an
Talk,
asshole.
homeboy. We're good. I don't give a shit.
I know you don't. I'm just
It's
kidding.
all good. What's up, SCE? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, what you were talking about earlier is that the idea is to demasculinize the population to make it easier for them to take everything over.
Yes. Yes,
And,
that's exactly what we're talking about. And I think I'm not going to say most. I think that there's a fraction of people out there that can see that very clearly.
Yeah, well, these are just my opinions, but however, it's my belief that the C-19 is basically nothing but pure communism, and that the results from that, and this is all in an effort to do the soft revolution rather than the hard revolution, because that they've got two different strategies to use, which is doing it peacefully and quietly or going violent. And right now I think that we're in the peaceful latter stages of the destabilization period.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. In order for these people to make any headway in this country, you're going to have to put so much pressure on them to give up firearms and to give away their First Amendment.
Yeah, you see what's happening in Australia.
That they do it willingly. Oh, yes. It's fucking horrifying. It wouldn't be happening here. Motherfuckers would be getting killed. Now, I don't care if that gets me booted. I don't care if it gets the channel booted. You try that fucking shit here, these people are going to get gunned down.
Oh, Kyle Rittenhouse is my spirit animal, man. I'm telling you, this guy is awesome.
That was a very special circumstance.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, look, man, when Homeboy tried to beat him on the head and kill him with a skateboard, and he turned around and blew that motherfucker's arm off, or blew his bicep off, I experienced nothing but utter joy. It was fantastic to see somebody stand up for themselves, and it was terrible at the same time that it was a kid. That it was a kid, that there's millions of fucking adults out here just standing on the sidelines watching it happen. They're more concerned with filming something that's going to go to the news than they are with actually doing something. So we've come a long ways down the demoralization gauge there. So go ahead.
Yeah, and then these folks that are in like Minneapolis, Seattle, Portland, I mean, they're having these quote unquote peaceful yet fiery protests. And, they get let off scot-free, but, somebody who does something trivial and meaningless, I mean, they'll, like this one guy that, got his third strike for being 43 cents short on like a Mountain Dew. It's like, what kind of, our legal system must be on crack.
No, I think that the legal system is exactly where they want it to be. It's exactly where they
for
want it to
them.
be. Yeah, when you have 50,000-ish laws that are governing humanity right now in this country, that simply can't continue. It's not going to continue. So let me read this comment here real quick. Infinite Corridors, Hammerhand, what do you think about telegamy? Do women really retain the DNA of all their former male partners or what? Yes, they do.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe they do.
They do. We can, no disrespect. The belief has nothing to do with it. It's a scientific fact. It can't be argued. They do retain DNA from every partner that lets it go inside of them. You see, their pair bonding ability is something that they're not taught about. And when they're 35 and they've run through 200 fucking guys and they want to settle down now, there's this conflict that goes on within them and it can't be resolved and it won't be resolved. Now, they may be able to suppress the desire to go out and get dicked down by somebody else when they find a good one, you know, the quote unquote good guy, but it's always going to be with them. And the more people that they fuck, and the same holds true for men, it's just not as powerful for men. We are designed differently. The more people they fuck, the worse it's going to get for them. And I think a lot of them are waking up.
No guy wants to be with a girl that's been been driven through more times than the Holland Tunnel.
No,
I mean,
I don't want that. Now they might turn around and say, well, fuck you. I don't want you. And I say, it's all good. But no, if somebody's offering to me, no.
Well, that's kind of funny because that whole sex strike thing that you put up a while back, I mean, that had me laughing, man. That was so stupid.
That's just fucking dumb. You know, it's just dumb. It's just dumb. A sex strike, really? Like there isn't already a sex strike for 80 to 90% of guys out here anyways.
80% of us wouldn't notice a sex strike.
Yeah, you got it, right? It goes right fucking by us because we ain't getting it anyways. You know? Well, I abstain, but for guys out there that actually want it, you know.
There was some story that popped up in the news about a bunch of women complaining about they weren't informed about their aging womb, that why can't they be mothers in their 40s?
Yeah, I saw that. I was reading that.
That's because feminism lied to them.
They bit down on a big, fat, ugly sandwich. And
feminism lied to, and now they're complaining about it.
Yeah. You know, they want to blame everybody around them except them. You know, they were indoctrinated.
Responsibility and accountability?
Oh, yeah, it's kryptonite. Kryptonite to hoes, man. It's kryptonite to them. They do not understand why they should be held accountable. You know, the level of entitlement out here is crazy. They do, but not for them, right? It's supposed to be men stepping up. It's supposed to be men opening the doors, men doing this, men doing that, men doing the other. Well, we just decided no.
Yeah, what's in it for me? MGTOW men have got smart enough to just say, nope, I'm out of here.
And you think about where the attacks on this part of the culture are coming from. They're coming directly towards us. And we know why, because we're leading that part of the culture. You know, regular Joe, everyday guy sees us out there and they're like, why aren't they doing that? And we tell them, well, there's nothing in it for me. You know, this isn't about just being compliant and being nice to somebody. There's nothing in it for me. And when it starts to become a liability, get the fuck out of here. It's a done deal. It's a wrap.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you right now that one of the main reasons for your rebuild on this particular iteration of the channel is because of the lockdowns. We've seen a huge spike in the number of MGTOWs that are actually entering the manosphere. And that's always a good thing because, you know, that's less people that are going to be, you know, sucked up into the system of usury. You know, they can see this and it's like, it really is like the Matrix. But, you know, the whole thing is that, you know, people really are waking up to everything that's basically destroying their lives by design.
I agree with you 100%.
Who is jacking off there in the background? Somebody's having a day.
No, I think somebody's just
sneezing.
Somebody's just doing their thing. Hang on, gents. I'll be back in just one moment.
Uh-oh. SCE, how are you, man? What's up?
I'm good.
Yeah. Same old shit. Different day.
I hear you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, goody.
Well, fuck you too. Fuck you too.
I'm pissing off Hammerhand. This is.
I'm gonna throw beer bottles at you over the internet. Watch and
Son
see.
of a bitch. Here we go.
Isn't that terrible? That's awful.
Nah, that's fine. I can take it because I'm a man.
Okay, so yeah, we took care of the spammer. Fuck spam and fuck spammers. Go ahead there, Ginger Hamster. What the hell did you want to ramble about?
Hey, we got knowledge is power in the house.
Sorry. SCE. Go on, please.
What'd you say, SE?
I said we got knowledge is power in the house.
Knowledge is power. Hey, what's going on
Thomas
there,
Lundy.
Mr. Lundy? What's going on, sir? How you doing? Mr. Lundy, let me tell you something. You are awesome, and I'm going to get you a wrench there, brother. So you are now wrenched up, my friend.
Yeah, he's got some powerful messages. I mean, you know, some of you might not believe me, but however, you know, if they, you know, go about giving you something experimental, which has the, not just the potential, but the eventuality of messing up your DNA markers. Now that's a key phrase, the rungs of the DNA ladder.
That's okay. Yes.
Yeah. The rungs of that DNA ladder.
I hear you.
Folks don't want to talk about this stuff because it leads to an inevitable conclusion on a lot of areas of life. Some people are smarter. Some people are not. Some people are more athletic. Some people are not. Some people are stronger. Some people are not. But you can definitely see that it falls into certain groups and that it never deviates from those particular groups of people, whatever it is that we talk about. And it has to be spoken about openly. Can it be changed? I think that it can be changed. Is it going to take a long fucking time? Yeah.
But it can't be spoken of openly on this platform. We'll just say that.
Well, I talk about it anytime I want. I mean, I ain't particularly worried if the channel gets yeeted. I'll put Hammerhand 8 up tomorrow. So you know
you know where I was going with this.
Oh yeah,
I was watching a guy on TikTok. He's saying, "Well, here I am on channel XYZ 5.0. If they've knocked this one down, look for me at 6.0."
That's right.
My comment was, "Well, maybe you want to slow it down. Maybe channel 5.1 is the next one."
Yeah. I mean, I'm working on getting my 7th TikTok banned already. As soon as one ban clears where I can post again, before I get the opportunity to put a video up, they flag another video and ban me for another week. And they just drag it out and drag it out and drag it out.
Ouch.
Yeah, it just is what it is, man. You know, if you want to be on the platform, you're going to have to push boulders, especially if you don't toe the line. So
yeah, well, Hammer
got to be one of their approved contributors on an approved topic.
That's right.
Unless you're female, then you can do anything you want.
Yeah, I was just going to make a little point, and I could probably dip out if you need to get somebody else in here. All I was going to say is that, you know, there are certain folks that have an agenda that just want you to comply with their system. And their system, I mean, if you think bad things are bad now, it only gets worse. And you see this whole system of compliance is, you know, you go out there, you know, you get a little mud in your veins and, you know, you destroy your life and, you know, they see who's compliant and who's not. And, you know, as for me, I choose to remain a pureblood because I have a greater reward waiting for me later on down the line than anything on this planet right now. So,
well,
yeah, that's just my belief.
You think in a couple of years that untainted sperm and blood ain't going to be a thing? It's going to be a thing.
It's going to be huge, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I have no ill will against anybody that went in there and got the poke. You do you. If you feel like that's what you got to do to increase your chances of staying around for a while, okay. But I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. So, MGTOW Cowboy. Saul Alinsky said, when you get power, you immediately deplatform your political adversaries. It's true. Rules for Radicals, written by Saul Alinsky, and that was one of the Clintons' friends. Absolutely.
There was, Saul Alinsky was their professor whenever Bill and Hillary went to Russia to study
Yes.
Soviet
It was the
style
same thing
communism?
with fucking Sanders. Remember when Bernie Sanders went and had his fucking wedding in Russia?
Yep.
Same thing with Sanders. Absolutely. We don't have any real idea of how deep these tentacles stretch, but I think that we're going to find out here in the not too distant future.
So why am I not seeing this anything in the news about the Clinton lawyer that was indicted or arrested in the Russiagate thing?
Couldn't tell you.
Probably commit suicide later on.
Maybe. They
all
accidentally
do.
shoot themselves 5 times while they're on a skiing trip. I mean, it happens all the time with the Clintons. It's an absurd reality that we live in when you can see 200 bodies around Bill and Hillary Clinton and nobody's asking anything.
When I was a young man, my dad was on jury duty or got off jury duty. And I said, "How'd you get off jury duty so easy?" He says, "Well, the prosecutor asked me," he says, "did I believe the gentleman, had I read anything or seen anything about the story?" He goes, "Yeah, I read what was in the newspaper." He says, "Well, have you formed an opinion?" He says, "I find it hard to understand how the guy committed suicide, shot himself twice with a pump shotgun."
Yeah. No shit. So that's definitely you're a thinker and they don't want a thinker.
Yeah, they let him go and sent him back, so he went back to the car lot to sell cars.
I think that's a good thing. Personally, I don't like the idea of sitting in judgment of others in this particular system. I think that we have a lot of advantages, but I think that we have a lot of disadvantages. A lot.
Okay. Hammerhand, just out of curiosity, okay, when you talk about the Title 4D and how it basically it transitions judges, which are supposed to be impartial, and it makes them magistrates of the courts as a paid legal sponsor for the federal system, where
Yes.
each state has different laws. I mean, there is a genuine conflict of interest in there, isn't there not? I mean, I'm trying to
Yeah.
figure this out because you
Well,
know more
each-
about this than I do.
Each state has a constitution, and these judges swear under this constitution to carry out the duties and obligations of that constitution. All 50 states have their own constitution, and they are very similar to the federal constitution, to the U.S. Constitution. So that being said, these fellas and females, they go in there and they are encouraged, I'll put that in air quotes, to have as many of these particular types of, they're not really convictions, but they're sort of kind of convictions that they carry out under Title 4D. You can't be a judge and sit
Recommendations.
of what?
I'm just saying that they're recommendations.
Yeah, like aggressive recommendations. You can't be a judge of any caliber for a state, for a local or federal municipality. You can't be a sitting judge and judge a Title 4D case without relinquishing the fact that you are a judge. You become a magistrate because it puts you in direct contravention to the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. So they also get kickbacks. They get paid. The judges' retirement funds are connected directly to the amount of money that they pull through Title 4D. That's
a
it.
Huge conflict of interest.
It's an enormous conflict of interest. Why don't most states or all states do 50-50 custody? Right? There's reasons.
Because there's no money to be made in that.
Because there's no money to be made. Every time a Title 4D case is opened, the 4D case is traded as a public bond. You become a stock. Your strife, your struggle, your heartbreak, your tears all get traded on the public market as speculation. It's insane. It's insane.
Now, I'm not going to go off into the sovereign citizen thing, but it sure does sound oddly familiar, especially with Commonwealth and the Crown Corporation rules. And there's different types of Crown corporations, but it's like I think everybody and their brother kind of falls into this category where we are basically a name only and more or less a commodity.
Well, you're not wrong. I mean, that's essentially what it is. When your parents are encouraged, flat out told that they have to take a birth certificate and that they have to take a social security number. You don't have to, but they make it so difficult for you to operate outside of that. Your birth certificate is a stock receipt. It's a stock receipt for the body, for the baby. And then you go to school. They have to put you through that kind of schooling just to get you out here so that you can be, at the very worst, manual labor for your usable years of 17 to 60. You see? Turn your social security card over. What do you see?
Yeah, it's exactly. And then not only that, but those little red numbers that you see in the bottom corner of your birth certificate, those numbers can actually be looked up on a stock exchange. And amazingly, you have no access to that. Who has access to that money?
Well,
Just
you'll
kinda
find
curious.
out that money is in different banks for different districts of the United States of America. That money belongs to you. And once you go through all of the legal mumbo jumbo, the red tape that is thrown up in front of you, it protects law. It doesn't protect you. It's a scam. It's always been a scam. That money is sitting there waiting for you to go and get it, but they make it so difficult for you to go and get it that nobody tries. And most people don't know that they can do this. That's your money.
Yes, and so after you pass on, what happens to that money?
It defaults to the state. It defaults to the federal government.
Yeah. Federal
Plain and
government's gonna
simple.
make a killing when I pass away.
right on.
Well, I have no relatives, and there's nobody to give what I had to, so the state by default becomes the winner.
Yes.
The house, all my investments, all the properties I own, it all becomes part of the state.
Yep. That's why you have to think really hard about things when you start to approach an age where you could stroke out, have an accident and fall over and get fucked up. I mean, you really gotta think about where your life and the assets that you've accumulated through your years are going to go.
Yeah, I'm 61, so I'm in that era.
Yeah. Same here. I mean, you're 9 years ahead of me. So yeah, I'm already there. I mean, the body is not in the best of shape, and
I'm just saying that we need to find a way to get access to that money, because if we're going to try to collapse the economic system, and they want to put this crap in place, then let's destroy it that much faster. Come on, we'll give them a hand here. Just give us our money first.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't
think they stole from us.
I don't think that the money, fiat currency is not money. It's tradable
currency based
paper.
upon faith.
Yeah, that's all it is. It works on a faith-based system. The only reason that it works is because people believe that it should work. So there's a lot of problems there. There's a lot of shit tied to those beliefs. You can see how that's being affected right now with the rise of crypto. Crypto's causing big problems.
I was going to say that's the one bit of money that I've got that they can't get their hands on.
Well, they're going to try to.
Oh yeah.
They're going to try to. They've already passed this deal.
I'm hoping I pulled all it out and spin it by then.
Well, you got to do what you got to do there. But they've already passed this deal that in January of 2022, all transactions over $600 have to be reported to banks.
Correcto.
That's in and out.
Right.
So big fucking problems. Big problems.
Yep.
Hello there, Crumpet Muncher.
Hey, Hammer, if I can interrupt you evil
Of course.
bastard, for a minute.
Do it.
Undead Chronic wants to get into the chat, so if you could put the link in the thing.
Absolutely. Let's.
Hey, Hammer, I'm going to go ahead and bail out.
All right, SCE,
All right,
thanks for coming in, brother, man. I appreciate the hell out of you.
Good to
I
hear.
really do.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming on. It's always my pleasure.
Absolutely. Yes. My channel.
Duality Reality, Master Wrench in the house. Chronic, that link is in the chat, brother, man.
Yeah,
so, Fat Dog, what do you think you're going to do there, brother? What do you think you're going to do?
Years ago, a Bitcoin ATM showed up at the local convenience store where I buy gas every morning and stop. So I started chunking 20s and 100s into the thing, buying Bitcoin over the years. And now I'm going the other way. Every time I stop by, it says, give me $200 in cash now, and I'm getting way more back than I ever put in. So
Yeah, no doubt about that.
But the key is it's all been in cash. There's no. It's like, okay, give me $200. I'll go spend that on whatever I'm going to spend it on today, and I'll pull $200, pay for the gas I just pumped, and then buy lunch and buy dinner or do whatever else I'm going to do for the day.
Yes, sir. Well, Chronic, if you want in, brother, come on in, or I'm going to get Polska Bob in here. So while we're waiting on Chronic, we'll just add Polska. What's up, Polska Bob, Master Ranch?
I mean, Polska's drinking again. I mean,
oh shit,
obviously.
Yeah, you win, Hamster. I started drinking.
Oh, imagine that. It doesn't ever happen. Oh my God. First time for you, huh? Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
Chilling, my man. How are you?
Good. I mean, we just what we were talking about, the Title 4D, and this is all goes to the straw man, right? You guys remember that?
Oh yeah.
The Hamster. Do you know what the straw man is?
He's done muted himself. I think he's kicking one back.
Oh, I'm kicking more than one back.
Oh shit.
How many beers in are you?
Like 5, probably. Not like you, man. You're blasting vodka back with beers. Oh my God.
Well, I've had a couple shots, but I'm heading up to the bar later because I'm actually off tomorrow. It's the only day I don't work.
I wish my liver could handle that these days.
Yeah, the funnest part is when you do that video. You got the girls there and everything. They're having fun. I mean, that's good. I like that.
Yeah,
on my channel. Yeah.
You know what sucks though is the StreamYards, the link, it keeps the audio on the phone and it doesn't go into the headphone jack. So I kind of everybody hears what I'm saying.
You got to change it down at the bottom.
Yeah, you got to go into your audio setting and change it.
There's a bunch of these goddamn millennials writing these apps.
It's in the bottom?
Yeah, it's in the bottom, yes.
Oh, I'll have to check it because I'm still kind of new to the Streamlines.
That's all good, bro. Yeah, are you on your phone right now?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, just find your audio setting there. You probably click them little 3 dots and see if your audio setting is in there, and then you'll just change it in that.
My audio setting.
Yeah, if you get kicked, I'll just come on back and I'll put you back in.
Okay. I would say show us the video there, Polska. I like that.
Well, right now I'm at home.
Here we go.
Oh shit. Oh man.
And I got you guys on my TV.
We get the video.
Now we're talking.
Now that big fucking ugly head on there, man. What's wrong with you?
Hey, you see the chat and the chat?
Yep.
I've got this streaming through my PS4, and it's actually censoring me on chat. When you were telling that story about working at 7-Eleven,
no way!
I actually posted homo suspicion points coming, and it didn't show up.
Going.
It's the pay stations doing that.
I like
it. Yeah, man, that's fucking sick, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, so somehow like it's either going through like Sony or it's the Sony app for YouTube that is censoring it.
It's the speech recognition shit that all of these cocksuckers are going to.
I mean, I like the guitar.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, check this out, James. This is my Ibanez jazz bass.
You got a nice little collection there, man.
I have a 5-string baby, so I'm better than you.
Uh-oh.
And this is my Les Paul knockoff, and here's another Ibanez I got.
Ibanez makes nice guitars.
Yeah, really. I hear yours when he played. It sounds great.
Oh God! I hope you don't hear it too much. Oh,
PlayStation.
Try to avoid listening to him. Try to avoid listening to Red's guitar licks.
Oh shit! That mic is loud.
Who is this guy with the big mic there?
Oh, is my mic really loud?
Is that you, Fat Dog?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh yeah, man. I don't know what's up there, but you got loud all of a sudden.
Yeah, I switched some licks though. Come on,
I switched mics. Let me back off of it.
No, it's good. It's nice and crisp and clear. It's just loud.
Oh,
well, I went to my Yeti mic from the headset.
There you go.
I like it.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it.
So, Polska, you gonna play us some tunes, or what are you gonna do here with all these?
No, I'm not. It's not gonna come through pretty. It'll probably sound pretty crappy. But you know what? You know what I did just get, Hamster. I got the wireless guitar cords. Have you seen these things?
Oh yeah, well, yes, I have.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome. See, the
I
range
like
on them is
guitar
awesome.
chords. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so I'm a big music guy, Hamster. That's why I like you so much.
Really? You want to? Let's play some songs. No. No.
Good job. Very good. Gentlemen.
Hey, Hammer.
Yeah.
You remember when you did that arcade live stream during the day, like a couple days, like a day before you were your channel got nuked?
I did what now?
You did that live stream during the day. Yeah. About that arcade place you were talking about, the Galloping Ghost.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, you remember that? I drive by that place all the fucking time.
No shit. That is
Yeah.
awesome.
It's right by the Brookfield Zoo.
Man, see, I didn't know that there was a zoo or anything there. We just followed Google Maps in, and I enjoy the place. I've been there once, and I plan to go back. I'm going to stay overnight and just get my money's worth.
You know what? I would love to see it. I actually seen it on the local TV. They did a thing about it. I guess the Hamster, you can bring your own beer.
Oh yes, yes. I bring beer in my gut when I get there.
So is this a thing like Hammer and Hamster and Polska Bob are going to end up going to an arcade and embarrassing ourselves?
What? Probably.
Maybe.
We're so close to each other.
Really? Are we?
Yeah, Chicago.
Well, I'm about 5 hours away from you, Chicago.
I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah, what, St. Louis is only like, what, 4 hours away?
No, I got to drive to freaking Louisville to eat this guy's beer and shit. Oh, my God.
You ain't eating nothing off me, boy, you motherfucker.
What? I'm sorry.
You heard me.
Burn
what are you,
me,
about
baby.
22 fucking beers into this, homeboy?
Throw me some freaking fire, baby.
Skip that trip, and you guys meet halfway here, and we'll hit the town.
Absolutely. Hey, Polska, we're getting some feedback from that TV.
Actually, I will be in Chicago.
It's muted, actually.
Uh-oh. Who just left? Oh, Fat Dog just took off.
Oh, God. I will be in Chicago.
Well, it was a pleasure to have you in here, Fat Dog. I appreciate you, brother.
In November. So I'm coming to your place there, Polska.
All right, we'll drink this town dry, Hamster.
Hell yeah, you know that. I'm like a sponge. I like it.
And I would like to add Tex Bolivar to the stream. What's up, Tex?
Hey, can you guys hear me
Tex.
okay?
Yeah, we got you, bro. What's going on?
Oh, outstanding. How are you guys doing today?
Chilling,
How
man.
are you?
Chilling.
What's going on?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me in here. I just kind of popped in uninvited. I didn't mean to impose or anything like that, but you guys seem like such a good group of people that I wanted to chime in on here. So
no, you're cool, brother. I mean, it's an open chat. We don't discriminate. So
sounds good to me. I hope you don't mind a little bit of noise in the background. I am at work. I work as a security guard overnights, so it is what it is.
Right on. Fat Dog in the chat says Firefox crashed. So it's Firefox crashed and kicked my man off of there. Sorry about that, bro. Too much silence in here. Too much silence.
Oh, Hammer.
Sorry about that. Dead air.
Thanks, Hammer. I found the audio settings, so now it's piping directly into my earpiece. So you know what that means, Hamster?
Yeah, you sound better.
Yes.
It's gonna mean more live streams. Hey, you guys see my profile picture?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to, but I mean, it's. Yeah.
You see the guy behind me?
No.
Yeah.
You know who that is?
No.
Yes, I do. I've met the man. Yes.
No, who is that?
Mr. Elite.
Mr. Elite.
Yep.
Bullshit.
No, he was in town when I don't know, it was like a year ago. He was in town on a work trip, and I took him out to my pizza bar.
Yeah, I remember him talking about that. Now it's so small in the picture there, I can't make him out.
Yeah, he's a tall fucking dude.
Yeah, he's same height as I am.
Oh, he's a big dude. Yeah, I met the guy. Yeah,
I'm 5'11".
Excuse me, Mr. Hate Vicious.
Hey, Hammer.
Firefox has been sucking lately. What's up, homeboy? What's up, Tex? What's up?
How tall are you? Like 6'5"? Did I hear you were like 6'5" or so?
Yes, sir. 6'5".
Wow, that's crazy, man. I thought I was big at 6'2", man, but some of you guys are just like giants.
You're
Well,
6'5"? Jesus
yeah, I'm
Christ.
6'5". I'm 6'5".
How you doing?
Yeah.
Fuck you. Don't you ever come on to me, bitch. I'll kick you right off this stream. I'm good, man. 6'5" and probably a little too fat. 350.
Okay, yeah. I remember you and I a while back, we had a conversation about big and tall clothing.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I partake of the big and tall clothing as well because I like the cut. And,
I do too. I like the roominess in them as well, but they're fucking expensive.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt. You're talking, $50-$60 for a pair of pants that would normally cost a normal sized guy about 25.
Yeah, man. That's a fucking fat man discrimination. I'm gonna sue somebody.
So fat tax.
Yeah, it kind of is, man.
Yeah.
Shay-Necked Firefox was a pretty good Clint Eastwood movie. I enjoyed the hell out of it. I own it. It's sitting right over here.
Yeah, that's a good movie, actually. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Wasn't that about a plane that you can control with your mind?
Yes, which we're
Something
not
like
far
that?
off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not far
That
off.
kind of reminds me of that movie Stealth, where that artificial intelligence aircraft goes crazy, becomes self-aware, and goes crazy, starts attacking people or something.
I enjoyed that movie. That was that tasty little fucking girl. I can't remember her. Jessica Biel. Oh, Jesus Christ. When Jessica Biel, right around that age, I firmly believe she couldn't compete with 20-year-old Jennifer Connelly.
Hello. Yes.
Jessica Biel was good in the Blade Trinity, and she also was good in a movie called Next with Nicolas Cage. If you've ever seen that movie,
I mean, wasn't she in the dance movie?
Yes, yeah, she was, and she was in a couple of
what a feeling
holiday specials or Hallmark deals before she actually really kind of got very, very popular. So yeah, I hope that her and old Timberlake work out, man. It's hard to do in fucking Weirdo Wood.
There's one guy that's very popular in Hollywood that I don't get any weird, crazy vibes off of. And this is an interesting thing. From what I understand, Adam Driver is a combat veteran. And when what's his face, that one British guy was up there making fun of all those perverts I think it was at the Emmys or the Golden Globes or whatever. I can't remember his name. It escapes me. That British
Ricky
fellow.
Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais was making fun of Adam Driver, was laughing his head off because that dude's like a former infantryman in the Marine Corps or something like that. And he was sitting there like with this huge grin on his face. From what I have heard and from what I have concerned, Adam Driver is is a combat veteran. So,
well, I'm going to look into that because if that's the case, it'll change the way that I think about him a little bit.
Yeah,
because he never speaks out about any of this. I guess I get it. It's your livelihood.
Yeah,
you bite the hand that feeds you, but then again, you kind of have to pick and choose, man. Are you going to be a corrupt, immoral piece of dog shit? You going to toe that line, or are you going to say something? And these folks they're so resistant to saying anything.
Yeah, and from a certain point of view, I can kind of understand because Adam Driver, he's red hot right now, and he's got a lot to lose. But at the same time, he's not necessarily participating in any of the shenanigans that are going on. But how much is he willing to sit back and tolerate? You got to know he knows some stuff. Sure. But there's been a lot of guys out there that are, I guess, libertarian or conservative, like Vince Vaughn and John Voight and a few guys like that that go against the grain, and they're having a hard time finding work. So Adam Driver has the benefit of their experience. Hey, look, if I speak out, if I get too vocal about any one particular subject and I go against the grain, I could lose everything. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not a joke. I mean, you got to really kind of make up your mind that you're going to get a couple more paydays and then fuck anything that happens because you're going to be blackballed in that industry all over the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's all kind of crazy rumors coming out of Hollywood. The old saying, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, I suppose. But you have to understand that industry too. And I don't claim to understand the industry. I'm just saying that these people, they don't live on planet Earth. They just occupy a certain square mileage of planet Earth. And Hollywood and that Los Angeles area right out there, it's It's like another planet,
Mm-hmm.
you know? So I don't know. Don't know what to say about these folks. I hope one day they'll get their shit together and they'll take a collective stand. That's kind of laughable to even say that, you know, but I hope that that's what they do. They need to. They need to.
Maybe one of these days they'll start making some good movies.
It would be nice to see a movie that wasn't a fucking remake, you know. The way that these folks are going in this system out here with Hollyweird, you can tell that they are completely bereft of any originality. I mean, all they're doing is just mowing over existing properties, remaking every fucking thing in sight, hoping that something will hit. They don't know what they're doing. And it's because they've surrounded themselves with people that don't have any real talent. They don't have any real ability to write. And if they do, they're being stomped. They're being kicked out of the industry or tamped down.
You know what, Hammerhand? I want to get back to the Matrix thing you were talking about, and you were talking about Keanu. I think Keanu is too much of a loyal guy. I remember hearing about like when they were making the original Matrix movies, he donated like half of his salary to the industrial light and magic guys for doing all the special effects and stuff like that. So I think he's just a loyal guy and he doesn't know any better.
I would say that being in Hollywood for as long as he's been in there, he absolutely knows better, you know. But I think that he is really one of those guys that has never, in my opinion anyways, not that I've seen, can toe that line or would toe that line. He's represented himself as a moral and ethical person the entire time. Do I know that that's absolutely true? No, I don't know that. But in that industry, if you had been a piece of shit for even 5 seconds, somebody is going to say something.
You know what? I think that's definitely true about him. You know, authentic guy. Still riding around with his motorcycle.
Yeah.
Unless they're keeping that close to the vest for when he decides to go off the reservation.
Yeah, that could be a thing too. I mean, the guy doesn't need money. You know, he doesn't need money.
He's got FU money, totally.
Yeah, he does.
What is his net worth? He's worth like $250 million or something like that, like 200 million or something.
It's going to be something close. Yeah, I haven't looked at his net worth, but it's going to be something close to that. And it doesn't surprise me. I mean, the man has, I can't remember the last flop that he was in. You know, he chooses his roles very wisely. I like pretty much everything about the guy. You know, I just hope that he stays decent.
His John Wick stuff. The videos of him training for that, shooting the guns, that stuff is great.
Yeah, he's fucking great.
He has legit firearm skills. I've seen the videos, and also another guy that's got some legit firearm skills. I don't think he's the moral paragon, or at least, and I use air quotes when I say moral paragon that Keanu Reeves is Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise has some legit gun handling skills.
Yeah, since we're on the topic. He got over that Oprah gaffe pretty fast, pretty easy.
Yeah.
My fire stuff in the chat says estimated 350 million for Reeves. You know, and would just sit here and he went to the indie circuit, even though he went to Kickstarter, which Kickstarter is very much gate controlled. But he went to the indie comic circuit with Berserker, and the motherfucker made $1 million in just a couple of days. So he endorses the indie circuit. So that's another reason why I like him.
He's reached the top of the pyramid of Maslow's pyramid, where he's done everything that he needs to do, and now he's started to give back to the indies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's reached the top of Maslow's pyramid.
He's been giving back. You know, he's been doing that for a long time, and the guy, he's humble. At least he projects being humble. I'm not going to say that he is or isn't. That's just what you see. You know, that's the bad thing about not knowing people and seeing, 30-second clips of them for 20 years. You have this shit built up in your mind of what they are, and they may not be anything like that. But I hope that he is.
Me too. That'd be refreshing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Does anybody can anybody do some research on Adam Driver being in the military? There's
talk amongst yourselves and I'll check it out.
Yeah. You'd be surprised how many people like Tom Selleck was actually in the Army. The celebrities that were in the military. There's a guy named Sean Mullen who was a kind of a guitarist and a singer back in the late 90s.
Yeah, I know who he Cher in that town.
Yeah,
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He was in the Army. There was a rapper named Shaggy, a musician. You remember Shaggy? He's a former Marine, or I guess I say former. He was in the Marines.
Hated that motherfucker, but I'm glad that he served.
Shaggy.
I loved his reggae voice.
Hated it. Could never stand that guy, but I'm glad that he served.
Well, yeah, me too. It's like I didn't necessarily partake in his type of music, but it's interesting to know that he was in the he was red hot there for a little while, and it's interesting to know that he served in the military as well.
Yeah, bro, you couldn't go no fucking where without hearing something from Shaggy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It wasn't
Adam Driver joined up in the Marines shortly after 9/11, served for 2 years and 8 months before being medically discharged after suffering a mountain biking accident. He was assigned to a weapons company, 1st Battalion, 1st Marines.
He was in the military. Confirmed. We can check mark that.
Confirmed. Almost 3 years.
Yeah. Okay. See, you see now you guys know I'm not just whistling Dixie here.
I didn't think that you were, man. I mean, anything that I find interesting like that, I tuck it away and then I go and do a little research on it later on down the road.
Yeah. Tom Selleck was in the Army as well. He was in the California National Guard for a number of years, and Tom Selleck is one of those guys that's got FU money, and since he's like pretty much a household name, and he's a conservative. Interestingly enough, he's definitely goes against the grain.
Yeah, he does.
You know what I mean? And so he with the NRA and the whole gun collector thing and everything like that too. So there's a couple of other guys. Well, I already mentioned Vince Vaughn. Kevin Sorbo, do you remember the Hercules, the Avengers of Hercules?
Yeah.
He is a dyed-in-the-wool. First of all, he's a born-again Christian and a dyed-in-the-wool constitutional conservative, and he exited Hollywood in a big way. He got out of there. He was like, "I'm out. You guys are nuts."
Yeah, I believe that. I mean?
So,
I've seen him speak on that from time to time, so I believe that. Tom Selleck's net worth is $45 million. He gets about $200,000 an episode for the Blue Blood series that he does.
Oh, nice. 200,000.
Yeah.
Just one episode of Blue Bloods is life-changing money.
It's nothing really when you consider what the liberal line towers are making on their shit. I mean, they're getting, $500,000, $1 million an episode, and it's very common to see that money thrown around.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to bring something up. Since you are a comic book fan like me, I'm a bit of a nerd face myself.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you enjoy comic books and figurines and stuff like that, action figures. The new He-Man series that was done by Kevin Smith apparently flopped and was a big disappointment. Yeah.
Oh God, that thing was horrible.
What that did was solidify Kevin Smith as somebody that is completely out of touch with what people want. When motherfuckers sit there and say, we're going to remake He-Man, do you think they're remaking He-Man for 8-year-olds? No.
Yeah.
They're remaking He-Man for 40-year-olds, for 45-year-olds. And they're going to be the ones that carry you or bury you. And you better goddamn respect them. And he didn't. He's done this.
Hello?
Hammer, did we just lose you?
Yeah, probably.
Did we lose Hammer? Or can you guys hear me?
You got me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, I can hear you.
Who dropped out? Hamster dropped out.
No, Hamster's still here.
No, he's not on my board. So yeah, Hamster dropped out. I'll drop the link in the chat, Hamster. You want to come back in?
Hamster's having boomer difficulties.
I think so. I think he's actually having alcohol difficulties, and that's cool because you get smoked. You got to know when to say when. But yeah, man, fucking He-Man was a disaster. He-Man Revelations was worse.
Mm-hmm.
You know what does Brainwave say here? Go ahead.
They took a Tila who was, if you look at the 80s character, she was armored up, but she was still feminine looking. Like she kind of stood in a feminine way. She had a curvaceous figure and everything like that.
Oh, you
and
can't have that.
Strong. Yeah, I know that was a strong woman done correctly, in my opinion. You know what I mean? You can have a, like a Scarlet from the GI Joe series, or a Tila from the Masters of the Universe series, or a Chitara from the Thundercat series, which is one of my favorites. I'm still waiting for the live action on that one. You can have strong female characters and not necessarily have them overpower the men. You know what I mean? And I maybe, forgive me if I sound old fashioned. I think I'm in good company with this conversation, but they completely and totally blew everything that He-Man was about out of the water when they did what they did, when Kevin Smith did what he did, and made her, an SJW, and made her, or at least implied that she was a muncher, and
Yeah.
So what can I say?
fucking
They blew it out. They blew. Yeah, a Lick-a-lot-of-Puss, the dinosaur.
Yeah, the fucking lick. Yeah.
If you've seen Hammer's video about this, because Hammer, you did a video about this, and it's spot on. It's the same fucking thing you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, when these guys come out here, man, and they grab these properties up and they say, "Hey, we're gonna do X, Y, and Z." You got motherfuckers like Michael Bay when he was receiving criticism over Transformers. I don't watch any of that. I don't pay any attention to that. Well, then fuck you, motherfucker, because guess what? It's made for these people that understand the property, that have carried the aftermarket property, the collectibles properties for 30 years.
Right.
Transformers made a boatload of money, so you can't tell them that they did anything wrong. If they're seeing dollar signs, they don't give a fuck what you think. But I was no fan of Transformers. I watched the first one and digested it. Everything after that, I've never seen.
Yeah. I can say honest. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I totally agree with what you're saying, especially anytime these, look at Jon Favreau and The Mandalorian. I mean, The Mandalorian was great, and all the other fucking movies. I mean, how much money did Disney lose on, they bought it for $6 billion, and they still haven't made that money back.
It was 4.05 billion that they bought the rights for Disney for. And no, they haven't made that money back. And the Star Wars is a fucking no-brainer. It's a slam dunk until you hand it to the wrong people. And everybody surrounding, they're the wrong fucking people.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead, brother.
I was going to say you have to literally try to screw that up. Star Wars has a built-in audience. You have a built-in storylines that all you got to do is expound upon them. And the thing about it is that the last three movies, The Force Awakens and all of that, the final trilogy, like you said, it was a slam dunk. All they had to do was follow the formula. You don't have to necessarily change anything. And then it of course was a big disappointment to a lot of people. But then all of a sudden, The Mandalorian comes in and basically copies the formula of the secret sauce that made Star Wars good in the first place. And then, of course, it's a big hit. Everybody loves it.
Well, I think they had fans. But, they had fans that were running it. Favreau and Filoni are fans. I trust Favreau with it more than I trust Filoni with it. I'll tell you that right now. But they're just fans of it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think that Favreau, having had such success with The Mandalorian, is going to be, I think if they're smart, they're going to put him in charge, or they're going to consult with him anytime they make any kind of big Star Wars moves.
I don't
see it.
Go.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't see that happening. I don't. If Kathleen Kennedy's contract is reinstated, you can consider Favreau and Filoni casualties, because what they did with the reappearance of Luke Skywalker was directly undermine her vision. So, yeah. I'm sorry.
But the studios, you were talking about dollar signs earlier, and which is the big winner right now? The Mandalorian's the big winner right now. You know what I mean?
Well,
and on that topic, on the previous topic, Cara Dune, we were talking about strong female characters. Cara Dune obviously was a big muscle-bound female, shock troop and everything like that. But did you notice that there was kind of a budding romance between her and the Mandalorian? There's a little something that I caught on to. She was being very, very gentle and very, very tender with Baby Yoda. Did you guys catch that?
Yeah, of course.
That's
you know, what's his face? God damn it, Favreau had said that he had plans for something to go along that line, and then he was going to spin her off into what was it, the Rangers deal?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the full name of it, but it was some Rangers of the Republic is what she was going to be in. That was built for her. It was built for her, and then they took her out of it because she would not toe the fucking line. There's
another one.
Go ahead.
I said there's another one that popped up and that they excommunicated.
Yeah, because she had a mind, because she could think for herself, and she did not respond to that typical bullying that these people do. That's what these motherfuckers do. They have so much power and wealth and influence around them. If they want to wipe you out, they're going to wipe you out. Mm-hmm. And everybody knows it.
Yeah,
go off the reservation.
It's a damn shame what the fucking libtards are doing, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if I would go and say it's just liberals. I mean, Republicans, conservatives, conservacucks, whatever we call them, they all see it, but they're not doing anything, you know? And then you're set up in that false paradigm of Republican, Democrat, red, blue, libertarians. I don't believe in that paradigm. I used to. I don't believe in it anymore. I think that it's global bread and circus. Mm-hmm. Is exactly what I think it is. And I think that it's put out there for your consumption so that you can continue to fight and divide yourselves.
Yeah, it's an extension of the branding process that's actually human nature. I don't necessarily think that human beings or politicians separating themselves into factions is necessarily anything sinister. I think that's sort of the way human beings have always been. We've separated ourselves into tribes, but the logos and the symbols and everything like that, that's basically just like looking on a shelf and selecting which one you want. You know, do you want the one with the green label or the gold label, or the one with the shiny packaging, or the one with the Spartan packaging that's kind of plain, that costs less, you know, that kind of thing. I think that same phenomenon translates over into politics. I mean, I could just be blowing hot air. I don't know.
No, I agree with you to a point. MGTOW Cowboy, welcome to the stream.
Yes, hello everyone. How are we all?
What's up, brother? Sorry about the delayed intro there.
Oh no, that's okay. I was listening attentively. Besides, I don't like to share my opinion on stuff that I don't really know about, and I don't really know too much about Star Wars. So
right on, brother. Well, I'm definitely not an ubermensch nerd, but I know a thing or two.
I can tell. That's good. Yeah, actually, I wanted to change the subject. I wanted to talk about Bill Gates. Unless were you guys? I'm sorry, are you guys still talking about that?
No, bro.
Hey, cowboy. What's up, my Mexican Chicago brother?
Yeah, what's up, man? Good, very good, very good. I'm glad to. I was gonna come and see you over at what was it, Conrad's on the South Side?
Yep.
Yeah. One of these days, I'll head over. In fact, you know what? Let me take 1 second here. I gotta. I had to crack a beer right
now.
Oh man!
Music to my ears, man.
You know what? That sounds like a threat, cowboy.
No, not at all. Not at all. Anyway, I wanted to talk about, just real quick, Bill Gates. Did you guys know that Bill Gates' father, who by the way was also named Bill Gates, so I guess Bill Gates is actually Bill Gates Jr. His father, Bill Gates Sr., used to work with what's her name, Margaret Sanger, and helped Margaret Sanger set up Planned Parenthood. Have you guys ever heard it? Have you guys heard that?
I had not heard that, but it wouldn't surprise me one fucking bit.
Yes,
I'm right there.
Yeah, you look it up. I just learned it recently. Planned Parenthood was set up by Margaret Sanger and people of her political ilk, and among them was Bill Gates' father.
That's pretty unbelievable.
Wow.
Wasn't grandfather Bush involved in that too?
What's that? I'm sorry?
Wasn't grandfather Bush involved in that too?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, grandfather Bush had a lot to do back in the day with that shit too, and before the Nazis came into power, he was funding them too.
when you say grandfather Bush, you mean the father of George W?
Yeah, Prescott Bush.
Yeah, Prescott Bush.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
W's father. Yeah, that very well could be. I didn't know that. I definitely didn't know that. But yeah, that's sort of in the direction exactly. That's the direction I was going in. Like, I find it amazing that so you have the obvious connection to eugenics, right? Because we know that, like, Margaret Sanger, we know Margaret Sanger's history, and how she would openly talk about how we have to destroy the black community, and she openly talked about how we're going to go through the black churches.
There
and
you go.
We're gonna go to the leaders, and we're gonna get the leaders of all the black churches to get on board with us. And the goal is to kill all these people and population control and all this. She used to write love letters to Adolf Hitler, and I just find it amazing how all these people are connected. Yeah, and yet you're shouted out of the room the second you start bringing up eugenics, and how you got Bill Gates. You got Bill Gates coming out of all these vaccines. Is he just carrying on in his father's legacy? I don't know.
Well, here's another one for you. Did you know at the particular point in time around Henry Ford developing the assembly line that he was an admirer of Adolf, and Adolf was an admirer of his?
Well, I could definitely see how they would be admirers of each other. I would say, yeah, Ford.
I'm not saying good, bad, or ugly. I'm just saying that it's a known fact.
Yeah,
You know what?
I mean, for better or for worse.
I was just watching something about this, and it's called War Factories, and how basically the arsenal of democracy killed, the Axis powers.
Mm-hmm.
It's because the reason why Henry Ford fucking admired them is because the government was coming down on them and put a bunch of tariffs and shit on them because they thought they were monopolies. You know what? Go ahead right there. I got to cross the street. I'm walking up to the bar, guys.
Right on.
Yeah, sure. I thought I remember learning Henry Ford. He came out, I think it's called a Tin Lizzie, or his first mass-produced car was the Model T Ford. Is that right?
Yeah.
I thought I remember hearing. Maybe one of you guys can confirm this. Isn't it true with every new purchase of a Model T Ford, he would leave a book on the driver's side seat? You guys remember that? Remember learning that?
No, I have never heard that. Not saying that
I
it's
thought I
not
remember
true. I've
learning,
just
uh,
not
never
I've just
heard
not
that
heard it.
What was the book?
I'm almost scared to say it, but I'll just say it because I remember.
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it.
I think it's called The International Jew.
Oh, I know that book. Yeah, I know that book. So yeah.
And I thought I remember when you would buy one of his vehicles, a brand new vehicle, in the driver's side seat, you got a free copy of the book. And so I mean, there's this obvious history. Again, going back to what I was saying. Bill Gates Sr. Polska Bob brought up the Bush family. Eugenics, obviously, eugenics is whenever people hear that, they're reminiscent of the Nazis in Germany, and then the Holocaust and Jews and all this.
That's an intentional link. That's intentionally putting blinders on to what that is. People always try to associate eugenics with Nazi Germany. Not to say that they didn't do their fair share, they did, but it's not what motherfuckers have written in history. The saying about the victor writes the history, the winner writes the history.
Yeah,
it's
the
truth.
Goes with spoils, and the victor writes history.
Yeah, it's very, very true. Very true. And then you never know the other side of that history. You're only getting it from one side, and that's our culture right now in a microcosm.
Sure.
If I may speak on Mr. Ford, may speak on Mr. Ford, his alignment with the German nationalists, I think was more his dislike and disfavor for a certain other group of people. You mentioned them earlier.
Yeah,
I'm trying to kind of sidestep landmines. I don't think it was aimed towards Black Americans, to be honest with you. In fact, if from what I've understood, at least from what my father told me, that he paid his black factory workers the same as he paid the white factory workers. And that's why a lot of Black Americans were attracted to Detroit. And that's why Detroit became, quote, Motown. Yeah. And it had this kind of soul, this American soul flavor to it. And a lot of good and iconic music started coming out of there because of the Black American population was swelling because of the working conditions that were favorable.
Agreed.
You know what I mean?
He was also like regarded as the father of the 40-hour work week. He invented it.
Yeah. And he paid his guys just enough. He paid his guys enough so that they could, and he gave them like a discount, like at cost or something like that, or they could purchase a vehicle of his at a deep discount, so that way he had a built-in audience. I mean, the dude was he was one of the captains of industry for a reason. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Another thing he did.
The reason why he hated the government at the time is because they put so many restrictions on all these industrialists that they fucking hated FDR.
Well, what did I tell you earlier about this in the stream? If you become a certain way, if you get enough weight, enough power, enough money, they're going to fold you into it, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, and then the war machine came up and they lifted all those restrictions, and then the unskilled workers, the assembly line that Ford created, defeated the entire rest of the world. You know how many goods we shipped out during World War II?
Yes, I know. We were number one, and we were number one all the way up until just a few years ago. The people that overtook Ford, Toyota, were inspired directly by Ford.
Right, and like when the Jeeps, you know, remember the American Jeeps?
Yes.
They made 335 Jeeps in one day. Yeah. That's how good the production line was.
Look at the production lines today. They're fucking stunning. They're stunning. If you've never seen a modern production line, it is a sight to behold. It is it is unbelievable, really. It's unbelievable to see it.
I heard that at our industrial peak, and America, like you said, the arsenal of democracy, we defeated everyone. The second place would be the Soviets, and they took, since their model was way more inefficient than ours. I mean, you know, it took a lot more manpower, lower wages, and a lot more resources. They were resource heavy to get anywhere near the industrial capacity that the good old American could get. But they said that they were cranking out something like 48. I think it was one Sherman tank every half hour was coming out of the United States. That's almost 50 a day.
Yeah,
you know, at our absolute peak.
Oh, yeah,
and we're not talking about automobiles. We're talking about tanks.
Hey guys, can I pause you for a second?
Yeah.
All right, you see my camera feed? You see what I'm walking by right here?
Yeah.
Let me take a look.
This house right here, this is the guy who runs the state. He lives here.
God. Okay.
I'm not going to show his address.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah. The most crooked. They call it Cook County, but really it's Crook County. You know, it's a joke here in Chicago.
All right, let me check out this posted comment from John. Who invented the 37 hours was
Cowboy? Yeah, you're talking about Madigan, right?
Hang on. Who invented 37 hours was considered part-time so that they wouldn't have to pay people health care. You can attribute that directly to the first Clinton presidency. No, it was Bill Clinton, because Clinton was trying to force them into paying health care coverage on 40 hours. So they chopped it to 37. Then they chopped it to 35 years down the road.
Cowboy, I'm not going to confirm or deny that, as my lawyer would say.
Yeah, no, it's Madigan.
Allegedly.
Okay. Yeah, no, everyone knows the Irish run Chicago. Or I should say the Irish run City Hall. But yeah.
It's almost 3 hours into this. 2 hours, 39 minutes, 152. You crazy son of a bitches.
How many likes are we up to, Hammer?
Say what?
We overdrived it. How many likes are we up to? Because we overdrived it like an hour ago.
100 and what? No. That's not right. Hang on 1 second.
I posted 208 to 178.
257. 257, which is not bad.
We totally
overdrive the goddamn ratio.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Well, that's what us wrenches are for, right?
Exactamundo.
There was one thing I wanted to mention right before we get off the subject of mass production and the Model T and all that. Going back to World War II, I remember hearing an interesting statistic. I think it was in the year 1941. Germany produced around 2,200 tanks in 1 year. At that same year, America produced over 25,000 tanks. So it gives you a good idea, like what Polska Bob was saying, how like our our industrial might just kind of we just outdid them or something.
No, it was
we overpowered
the unskilled laborers. What Henry Ford did was create the assembly line, which didn't have to have skilled laborers. Anybody could just do it. And you would pass the part down the line, and Germany had skilled laborers, and they had a certain amount of them. But what did they do? They enlisted a slave economy because they fucking took over occupied places.
Well, some of that's right and some of that's not. As far as their let's say they pushed a certain group of people out. What they did was they pushed out the Jewish bankers. They did not want usury from the Jewish people being exercised on the German populace. So they pushed them out before the start of World War II, before they invaded Czechoslovakia. They settled over here in the west coast of the United States. They took the Frankfurt School with them, and we all know what happened then.
Hammer, I agree. I agree with you because my parents
settled in New York out of Columbia University.
Jews.
Hang on one second. Go ahead.
I said I agree, Hammer, because my parents, they're still alive now. They're in their 70s, and they still talk about the Jewish usury.
Yeah. Look, it's something that needs to be spoken of. I mean, if folks want to be acknowledged and they want to be told the truth, you have to be able to accept the truth, And it's unfortunate that we have these squabbles and we have these lingering effects from things that happened, 3/4 of a century ago. But it's there and it needs to be talked about. It needs to be addressed, and I don't shy away from any of it. So, but as long as we're coming with facts and we know what we're talking about, I don't shy away from any of it, ever.
Sure. If I may add, at this point, there's a gentleman I listen to. I don't listen to him as much, but I used to listen to him religiously. I recommend anyone in the stream, look him up. His name is Mike Rivero. He runs a site called whatreallyhappened.com, and he talks about all of this at length. In fact, he has a video out. It went viral. I bet you some of you have heard of it. It's called "All Wars Are Bankers' Wars." Have you guys ever heard of that video?
Yes.
Yeah, he talks all about it.
Yeah.
And he also talks about the fact that, like, I guess, he's like white. He's like white-ish. I think he's like Hispanic, like me. He's got like maybe darker features. He looks Mexican, white Mexican. And he talks about how he was married. He was in Hollywood, and he was married to a Jewish woman. And he talks all about it. And he says, he claims he doesn't hate Jewish people. And my wife was Jewish. He said, I don't hate her. It's just we don't hate them as a people. What we hate is the behavior. And he talks about usury, and he talks about private central banking, and money is. We all know private central banking and how it's
Cowboy. How far down the rabbit hole do you want to go today? The banksters, the Rothschilds.
Right. But he puts it perfectly. He leaves it at this. He says basically we should not have a private corporation issuing the public's currency as a loan at interest. If we could just get the American people to figure out that one problem, 90% of our problems would be fixed overnight.
Oh, you know what?
Why would they want to?
I'd like to.
Henry Ford has a great quote on this. He said that if Americans knew how their banking systems tomorrow.
Yeah, that's it. But I can't remember verbatim, but to paraphrase,
Yeah, that was about
one of the reasons I quickly determined for myself that one of the reasons why they're going so hard against Russia, and why the media and stuff like that went so hard against Russia, and a lot of these other countries is like even Iran and like Libya and stuff like that was all for financial reasons. You know what I mean? Like for instance, Iran and Russia and
they were going to go against
Russia and
the
Venezuela. They don't have private central. Yeah, they don't have private central banks.
Exactly.
They have state-run
Exactly.
banks.
They don't have private central banks. At this point, there's only 4 or 5. There might be 6. I think there's 5 countries in the world that don't operate the way we do. And if go figure, these are all the countries we don't like. Russia, North Korea.
If you try to buy oil in
Cuba,
anything, if you try to buy oil in anything but the U.S. dollar, you get bombed real fucking quick. Gaddafi tried to.
Yeah, they cook up a story.
Well, think about the last few ones that we've had. First, it was Saddam Hussein. It's well known that Hussein was going to switch from the American dollar to the euro.
He was going to go to a gold bag.
He was going to go to the euro. He had already made the deal to go to the euro. Say again. You guys got to stop talking over one another.
Did you just make a video?
Yes, I did.
Okay, yes, I just caught that video. We're talking about that. Yeah,
Saddam Hussein, all shit that they said to get us into the Gulf War, all of the little girls that were being brought to the Senate floor and saying that they were slapping babies on the fucking ground and bayoneting pregnant mothers was a fabrication. It was a falsehood. It was what Chomsky talks about with the manufacture of consent. All they need for the American public to feel good about is that they're killing a bad guy. And they weren't bad guys. They were just trying to live their fucking lives and do their own thing without American influence.
Well, the thing is, they were also they were challenging American hegemony. You know, Polska Bob brought up the idea of the petrodollar. I've heard some people say that almost half of what you consider the value of the American dollar is buttressed by the fact that we strong arm other countries, particularly countries that produce or export oil. We strong arm them into selling all of their oil in U.S. dollars, which artificially props up our currency and artificially props up our way of life.
Well, it also makes the dollar the reserve currency for the world. And there's a lot of people that don't like that and don't want that. So we have big fucking problems on that front. China in particular. China went to a gold-based oil production a few years ago. And when they tried to lure in Gaddafi and Gaddafi signed a deal with them, they obliterated Libya.
Right.
So that
Remember,
they could get that oil.
And I'd like to.
We came. What's that?
I'd like to make a couple of points real quick, if I might, too. If you look at it, we talked about the nations of the world that didn't have a central private banks. If you listen carefully, excluding in China and Russia, which also have state-run banks, all of the names of the countries on that list: Venezuela, North Korea, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Libya, they all made the cut on that little list that old W called the axis of evil.
That's right.
That's right. He basically named him, but he left off China and Russia because China and Russia have enough political stroke around the world to make things diplomatically very difficult. And also one final point, and then I'll cede the floor, is that my red pill moment on this one particular topic was when Ron Paul who's Mr. Anti-Federal Reserve, was talking about how we don't need to send any kind of money to foreign countries and stuff like that. And he was debating Ben Stein, and Ben Stein had the unmitigated gall to look Ron Paul, the most mild-mannered, gentlemanly guy in Washington, D.C., to look him in the eye and call him an anti-Semite. That was my red pill moment as to.
I saw that interview. Ben Stein.
Yeah. And I don't need to say anymore as to. I don't need to say any more as to what I concluded from that. You guys can figure out what I concluded from that.
It's a bludgeon. It's like it always is. You call a Semite is a fucking language. It's not a people. Mm-hmm. You know, and so to call somebody an anti-Semite, it's just not. It's not a people. It's not a people. The Jews are a people. The Ashkenazi Jews are a people, and they absolutely what?
I'm at the bar, so I'm going to jump off if anybody wants to come in.
All right, bro.
Yeah, I'll jump back into the chat. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll
All
see
right.
you there.
Yeah, good talking to you guys.
Good to hear you, Polska
Good
Bob.
talking to you, brother.
Drink one for me, bro.
All right, later, guys.
Peace, man.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, just quickly, if I can insert, there's one other country that we don't like, or supposedly we're told not to like, because they also have their own policies when it comes to monetary policy, and that's Hungary. I don't know if you guys know, Hungary is they don't play well with the world banksters either.
No, neither does Poland.
Oh yeah,
Not Poland, yeah.
Yeah, Hungary, Poland, and that entire Iron Curtain, or that former Warsaw Pact, that entire group right there. When they came out of communism, they went very, very, very far to the right, I guess, for lack of a better term. And look who our current look who they're going after in the media right now. They're going after Viktor Orban. They're trying to make him look like he's some sort of big villain.
You know, they always try to do that.
And he's really,
he's a great fucking guy. He protects his people. He wants to see his people, forgive my phrasing on this, breed with his people. He doesn't want to see millions of fucking people run his border over and destroy the essence of what Poland is. And that's what the people in the EU are trying to get him to do. They're using massive pressure on Orban to try to get him to take that border wall down.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's refusing to take any kind of migrants or anything like that. And he's basically, from what I understand, he's given tax incentives to Hungarian citizens for
to have children?
Marrying and having kids. Yeah. Like if you get married and you have a bunch of kids.
Yeah, marry, to have kids. And then if they have a certain, like 3 kids, they'll give them a fucking, basically buy them a house.
I thought you get like a free refrigerator or something like that.
No. It was much better, a much sweeter deal than that, man. Is he was going to essentially tell them, if you do that, you can take out a home loan, and if you stay married for 10 years, we will absorb the home loan. You won't owe anything.
Wow. So basically, it's like if you stay married for 10 years, you get a free house.
Yes.
That sounds
great. But you gotta have a certain amount of kids, though, too.
I think it's 3. 3 is once you get up to 3, that's when you have greater than population replacement. So I think it's 3.
Right.
Yes.
So
sir.
and
right.
that
You didn't ask any. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say that smacks of another person's policy back in the 30s and 40s. Another famous guy's policy that you know what I mean, where he encouraged people to marry and have children.
There are a lot of misgivings about Adolf Hitler and Germany at that particular point in time. And you can speak freely and speak openly. If they yeet the fucking channel, then they yeet the channel. So speak openly. Yeah, there's a lot of misunderstandings about Germany, about what a Nazi is, what a Nazi was, and what went on. Were war crimes committed? I don't know. What I do know is that war is fucking hell, and you don't put rules on it. The objective is to win. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bad blood about that. There always has been, and there always will be. The major reasons, in my opinion alone, that Germany is as demonized as it is, that particular era is as demonized as it is because they went
dared to stand up.
That's absolutely correct.
They dared to stand up to the bankers, and they literally said, "We'll lock all of you up, and we'll shoot you."
That's right.
And you can't have that because the slave master. The one thing you can't do is I mean, in the past, you couldn't even look into the eyes of the Egyptian pharaoh. Imagine looking in the eyes and picking up a weapon and striking down, the very people or class of people that are enslaving you.
It's absolutely true. Yes, this is what happened, and this is what was done. And these folks here in Germany had the right idea. The unfortunate part about it is that they didn't execute the best way that they should have, in my opinion. Their initial invasion, their initial push into Poland and Czechoslovakia should have stopped there. Should have stopped there.
Well, I mean, if you read the book, and I have not read it, but I remember hearing, if you read Hitler's book, My Struggle or Mein Kampf, he talks at length about how the future Okay. Okay. So then you should be able to confirm this. Isn't it true? He says in his book, Mein Kampf, the future is Russia. Russia. We must invade Russia. I thought I remember learning he was absolutely enamored with the idea that what's that?
Why? Why would he?
There's a number of reasons, basically resources, but he called the term Lebensraum or living space. He basically said Russia's so huge.
Elbow room. Yes, elbow room is essentially what he referred to it as, was elbow room. The number one reason for invading them was not to get property; it was to obliterate the Bolsheviks.
Well,
there's another overlooked motive. In Poland, the ethnic Germans were being treated very poorly. They were being arrested and they were essentially being persecuted. Some of them were being shot on sight. Some of them were being imprisoned. And he gave a couple of stiff warnings to the Polish government. Not necessarily by the commies, but by the Polish government itself. This is before Russia had invaded Poland. But this is when Poland was an independent state. There were several ethnic Germans that were left over in what was now Polish sovereign territory as a result of the Treaty of Versailles. And Uncle A was like, hey, stop it. Stop that. Stop. Leave those ethnic German people alone. And the Polish government didn't listen. And he said, okay, give us one chance to get, any ethnically German people out and get them back into Germany proper. Give us at least that one thing. Will you please do that for us? And then Poland just snubbed their nose at them and kept on, and some footage apparently was leaked of Polish soldiers actually executing or gunning down some ethnically Germans, and that's when they decided to go, okay, you're not going to heed our warnings, we're going in. So it wasn't just this, it wasn't like Uncle A got this mad look in his eye and started going crazy and his eyes turned red and he just went crazy with power and stuff like that. No, there were some legitimate boots on the ground reasons why he did what he did.
Agreed.
Now, I as an American, I will always be wary of the third position. I will always be wary of concentrations of power and stuff like that. But it does not profit a man to remain ignorant and just swallow the mainstream narrative hook, line, and sinker. You have to, a discerning person must peel back the layers of the onion, even though it makes you cry.
Absolutely,
you know what I mean?
100%. Master Wrench, Riff, Magos in the house. What's up, Riff?
Yeah.
How you going, brothers?
What's up, my man? How you doing?
Enjoying a lazy Sunday afternoon.
Oh, goodness. Afternoon over there, huh?
Yeah, it's nearly 2 p.m. on a Sunday.
Yeah, it is just turning midnight here on the East Coast of the United States.
The future's not looking too good.
No, it's not. How you doing, Brother Monk?
Surviving, put it that way. Considering the police state I'm living in, surviving.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I've heard a few guys. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As someone said, like earlier in the chat, I forget who it was, made a good point about saying what pussies many of Australians are, and well, they are because they've been so lazy and spoilt by having no fascist dictatorships taking over at any point in its history that they have no fucking idea.
I agree with you. Yeah, that was me.
How good they've had it. They don't have any idea how good they have it. Yeah. Let me ask you something. As an Aussie, you're from Australia?
I'm having
a hard time pinning down your eye. Is it Australia?
I'm not Australian. I've lived here most of my life. I'm actually Greek.
Okay, but you're in Australia though, right? That's where you're
for
coming
many
from.
Years, yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this. As far as I'm a little bit rusty on my Australian history, Australia started out as a penal colony for the British, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what happened for Australia to become its own autonomous territory? Was there a rebellion of some sort? Did they throw off the chains of the British Crown in some form or fashion? How did that happen?
Well, I think as time went on, the British realized that they were losing the grip on their precious empire, and that included Australia as well. And so by 1901, we're only talking 1901 when Australia became federation and it became a nation called Australia. So, the decades leading up to then, you had Britain effectively losing its grip. Sort of, I could almost say organically. There was no real revolution of any kind. If there was, these people would have balls. But anyway.
Yeah, so there wasn't like a Bunker Hill or a Lexington and Concord moment for the Aussies. It was just kind of a gradual slip.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was no 1776 situation here. Yeah, it was just natural. It was an organic sort of relinquishing of British power.
Right. So Hammerhand, and you can probably echo this, and I'd like to get your comments on this as well. One of the reasons why Americans are so resilient is because this country, and you said we could speak freely, but this country was literally born out of violence and revolution. Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why we cling to our, and there was a religious flavor to it, so that's why we cling to our Bibles and our guns, as they would say.
Yes.
And
245 years later, yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of these Western countries like Britain and Australia and New Zealand that were not born at the sound of gunfire are not going to be as paranoid about giving it up as the United States is. You know what I mean? And you would think that of all people, well, Texas in particular, but New England specifically, would be just tightly clinging to their guns and their Bibles, saying no, not again, because Texas also went through its own revolution. And it was a similar situation as what happened in the colonies, in the American colonies.
Well, what is that? What is that predicated on?
What is what predicated on?
The fact that we would cling to our guns and Bibles and say no.
The fact that we have what we have because of violence. Yeah.
In 1900, maybe. But ever since the occupation of this country started with immigrants, illegal immigrants, I might say. We've got 50 million illegal immigrants in this country that we don't know about. That says nothing. Now, you say, how can I categorize that and put a number on it? It's a basic number since this immigration shit started, since one side of our political aisle started importing people from other countries, declaring them refugees, saying that they needed safety from whatever it was that they were running from to come to us. It's horse shit, and we all know that it's horse shit. This country is absolutely being occupied, and your American spirit, your flag, your Bible, and your guns are being bred out of existence. And we need to consider that because it's the truth.
That's true for the West. That's true for the West in general, I have to say.
Agreed.
The West. Yeah, you're right. The West in general. Now, here's the thing. If you talk about it, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. But the people who are implementing it can talk openly about it, and it's just like it's nothing to them. But if you literally say the exact same words that they say, you're a crazy person. But they can talk very openly about it. You know,
you're not towing the line. So you see, you have to be able to toe the line.
Yeah,
and then you can say anything that you want to say. I mean, with ludicrous shit coming out of your mouth, you can say anything that you want to say. Yeah. But you know how it is, bro. You know how it is. They throw that shit at you.
Yeah,
it's like the person that is crying out in terror while they're striking you in the face. You know, this is a normal practice. It's a normal procedure. And most people are still very oblivious, very blind to this. They don't understand it at all. And the people that rule us understand it well. Nice to see Master
even countries like Japan,
voice of reason in the house. Sorry, bud. Go ahead.
All right. Oh, that's okay. No, there even in places like Japan, which is for all intents and purposes an ethno state. By the definition, it's like 95% Japanese, right?
Yes.
Even like I think it was their foreign minister was like, we're going to turn Japanese into a multinational or multicultural cosmopolitan country, and that's why there is a Japanese nationalist movement rising up.
Oh yeah.
And they're flying the imperial flag and they're wearing Japanese uniforms, and they, every bit the iconography that nationalist movements in Europe are starting to sprout up. All of the icons and everything like that. Now, here's the thing in Japan is that certain hand gestures and certain symbols that are banned in Europe are not banned in Japan. And you can talk openly about certain things and display certain iconography with reckless abandon, without consequences, without any legal consequences in Japan. And also in another little well-known country, Spain. They only recently banned certain display of certain symbols and stuff like that, or they're trying to. I don't know if they were successful, but there is a burgeoning nationalist movement in Spain, which is salutary towards El Cadillo, if you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Franco. And
Franco.
yeah, and so it's weird to see. And here's the thing, I don't necessarily support any one of these particular movements, but as an observer, I can safely say that these movements are a naturally occurring outcropping. It's the equal and opposite reaction that occurs in science and in physics. So these movements are a naturally occurring outcropping of the leftist push and the globalist leftist push that we are currently undergoing, that the West in particular, and like I said, in the East, Japan too. So all of these nationalist movements are the pushback and stuff like that. But they're doing everything they can to label anybody who doesn't toe the line as the worst possible human being that you can possibly be, and that would be they call you a Nazi if you're even remotely conservative, and they even call libertarians Nazis. And
they call anybody that doesn't want to run with them a Nazi. Let's just be open about that. Anybody that doesn't see it their way is going to be a Nazi. It's just like rape. It's just like incest. It's just like murder. It's just like the N-word. This shit has been done to death, and people just aren't responding to it anymore.
And you notice what's happening when they do that.
Go ahead, Riff.
When they do that, they desensitize people to the real meanings of these words, and they make them useless and meaningless.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. And it's being done to death all over the world, in every culture, everywhere. The nationalist uprisings don't surprise me at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct. Because like you said, you're like you said, we're getting numb to it. We're getting desensitized to it. And people are actually printing out shirts with these words on them and like an arrow pointing up to their head and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, okay, we're starting to own it. You know what I mean?
I'm not ashamed of being me. Are you? You're not ashamed of being you, are you? I'm not ashamed of being me. And if somebody tells me that I'm gonna come against you hard. So fuck them. Fuck them.
And it's like when the black community took the N-word and took it into themselves and made it their own. They completely desensitized themselves to it, or at least for a time they did. That's what's going on. We're taking all these pejorative names like racist, fascist, whatever like that, and we're like, okay, yeah, so what? You know what I mean? And let's print a T-shirt with the arrow pointing up to, yeah, sure. You know what I mean? They're pointing symbols. They're putting symbols like bundles of sticks tied together with an axe head, the typical stuff like that. And you're actually starting to see that on outerwear now. And like you said, these nationalist movements are starting to sprout up as anyways, go ahead.
What's up, Riff?
You know what? I want to add something to that. You talked a second about the black community in America. There's two things I want to mention. One is the N-word that you guys brought up. So to add to that, like the N-word is like I see it as like a power word, or it has like this talismanic power. It carries with it like a certain political power or something. And it's gotten to the point where, what's that? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, brother. They tried to make it that way. We're taking the word.
I think
we're
it
taking
is
our
that
power
way.
back.
I think it is that way. They use it, and they can use it, and not just that, they can use it openly and publicly. But people, let's say of very fair skin complexion, they cannot use it. In fact, even if you are dark skinned, but let's say you're from India or something, if you use it, someone might give you the eye. So I kind of see it as like a power word, and I think that they think that like our ancestors, that's our word, and no one else can use it. Only we can use it, and we earned it because our people went through slavery, and so it's like they see it as a power word, and they want it for themselves.
Everybody's people went through slavery, so I do not accept that. I don't accept that as an argument, and I never will.
Well,
everybody's people has gone through slavery.
Yep.
What's up, Riff?
Another thing I wanted to mention. I'm sorry.
I can give my own homeland as an example of that. 400 years under the Ottoman Turks. Hello, we were slaves in our own fucking country. Hello.
Yes. I was just speaking to a Turk. I live in Chicago, Aussie man.
Don't get me started on Turks.
I was just speaking to a Turkish guy apparently Turkish people and Greek people, they don't get along too well.
We don't, because right up until 1974, these cunts wanted to genocide us and did on Cyprus. So yeah, there's still a lot of bad blood there.
Well, I think part of that has to do with they had a hard time ruling Cyprus, and so there's this idea that many groups have practiced this. The Mongols practiced this idea that if you come into an area and you want to dominate it, but the local population, they don't want to go along, one way of controlling the area is you just genocide everyone. However you have to do it, you get rid of them. Ethnic cleansing, genocide, call it whatever you want. And then eventually over time, your people will come to slowly, you get the other population that you conquered to vacate the area, and then slowly over time, your people will come to live there, and then you just assimilate it. It's like the Borg or something.
Just don't tell Turks that they're 40% Greek.
Well,
well, they're going to have a problem with that shit.
Right, and you never go to a joke here in Chicago is you never go to a Greek restaurant and order Turkish tea. They'll spit in it. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I know. You guys really don't like each other.
With reason.
With reason.
There's a video floating around up there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just real quick, I wanted to mention another thing. I wanted to mention is recently I was looking up the etymology of the word hoe, and I was learning about it. And apparently, it came out of like the '60s, and in the '60s, in the Black community, you started to see this. The breakdown of the Black family, and you started having these Black men become like nomads in the Black community, where the government came in and they offered the women in the Black community all these free goodies, basically welfare, free housing, a stipend, food, all this stuff. But the one major stipulation is you had to get the Black man out of the house. And LBJ and all his boys, these Democrats, these liberals or so-called liberals, they were talking about it. LBJ was saying he's going to trick the Black community. He's going to have the Black community voting Democrat for 200 years. They have him on record. They have him on video, secret recording.
He didn't say it exactly like that, but he did say that.
Well, I think he used the N-word.
If we can get this passed, we'll have those what's voting Democrat for the next 200 years. That's what he said.
I think that's what he said verbatim. Yeah, that's exact quote. I just couldn't remember it verbatim. So the point is, it's interesting when you follow, and it's at that time. So apparently the word whore comes from Middle German or something like that, and it was in obviously German and English. English is a Germanic language. And then the Black community, or the men in the Black community, mostly in the urban North, they changed the word whore to hoe. And now everyone in America understands what a hoe is. And I just wanted to mention that. I just recently learned that. So,
right. Riff Magos, your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the thing about words and power of words. Words only have as much power as you allow them to have. They're only fucking words. I mean, in Australia, most people would call other people a cunt without even thinking twice.
Like daily, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a problem here. That's the one thing I like about this country. They have no problem calling everyone a cunt. Whereas everywhere else,
I love that.
No, the earth is going to open up and swallow you. What the fuck for? It's only a word.
Yeah, I agree with
that. That reminds me of a joke. G'day. What do you call the Australian flag?
What? Don't know.
The Union cunt.
I've never heard it.
I take the piss out of Australians all the time, and they don't like it very much. But it's true. I mean, they like to pick on the British and say, the Poms this, the Poms that. I'm thinking, what flag is that on the top left-hand corner of your flag?
Yep.
Again?
Yep.
Who's that on your $5 bill again?
Yep.
Yeah, they don't like that very much.
No, people never like it when you throw shit in their face and you expose their hypocrisy to them. It's funny how they're not aware of it. I used to think for a number of years that they were just being ignorant, or that they were being willfully blind. I don't think that they know.
No, they don't.
I would respectfully disagree with Hammerhand right there. I remember listening to a similar conversation with Stefan Molyneux. Molyneux was saying something going in a different direction. He was saying, no, actually, these people do realize they just don't like it when you expose using logic the fact that they essentially believe in what do you call it, like rules for thee but none for we. When you basically expose their double standard, they kind of, because there's no argument for that really. I
would agree with you, but I believe that this is by class separation.
Yeah.
The people that are directly underneath the ruling class, I think that they have some knowledge. Everybody else, they just operate on what they're told.
Yep. I like to call the people directly under the ruling class the administrative class. But yeah, sure.
Yeah, the middle management. If you look at and I've studied this, and like I said, it does not profit a man to remain ignorant. I've studied Marxist conflict theory. Not that I'm a fan of Marx. I actually hate him. But like I said, it does not profit a man to remain ignorant. The middle class, the management class, they know what's going on. I think that's who you're referring to. The educated, somewhat affluent, the landed gentry, basically, is what you would call them in old English.
Landed gentry, the people who maybe don't have as much capital as the ultra rich, but they have some, if not most, access to the same knowledge as the ultra rich. Yeah,
they've got social push, is what.
And
they've
you notice,
got.
and you notice for the past few decades, there's been a concerted war on that very class.
Yes, of course.
In most, if not all, Western countries.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
why?
I
now
remember,
ask yourselves why.
Watching a Hammerhand video, or Hammerhand, you were talking about like you were talking about world demographics and how entire groups of people can be used to be set to attack other groups. Like you were talking about how the poor, or let's say like foreign immigrants, can be brought in mass into one country to essentially attack the middle class of a country. Like you could send over 200,000 or 300,000 Muslims, mostly like military age men, into Europe every year, and it ends up, you want to say that they're nice and that they're seeking asylum and we should feel sorry for them, but really it's just an attack on like the middle classes of Europe.
Yeah, well, we've been watching it happen since 2015.
Yeah,
that's been going on in every major continent since 2015. These motherfucks that sit in our Congress right now, especially in the Congress, they will sit there and tell you that it's a massive historical migration of. There's nothing that is naturally migratory about what's going on. Nothing. These motherfuckers are being loaded in from sub-Saharan Africa. No, it's not natural at all. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is not naturally occurring. This is being done deliberately.
Yes, I agree. It's deliberate.
This is why Hungary and Poland told them to get fucked.
That's right. That's why they erected that border fence and they cheated the fucking rules of the EU.
Oh, and Hungary,
and they gave them the fucking finger. Yeah, Hungary and Poland did the same thing.
Okay.
Isn't there one other Eastern Bloc country that's with Hungary? Is it like the Czech Republic or maybe Serbia or someplace like that? There's a couple of countries. There's like a handful of countries, Poland and Hungary being the most prominent. But isn't there like Serbia and the Czech Republic are also?
I think that they're allied with Bosnia Herzegovina, and then they are allied with the Balkans, the lower Balkans.
Yeah.
So I believe so. Don't hold me to that.
Just quickly, it runs in the same vein. I went on a job interview just over a week ago, and these two men, first guy I met at the gym, and he introduced me to his business partner, and his business partner is offering me a job. They're both from Macedonia, and they totally hate communism. All they talk about is how communism is terrible, and they lived under Tito and da da da. Anyway, the one guy, the name of his company is called Atlas, and he named it after the book Atlas Shrugged.
Wow.
And the other guy, what's that?
I said, wow.
Yeah. The other guy, the name of his company is what is it? GBA, or God Bless America. And all they talk about is like over there, it's all messed up, blah blah blah, the communists and all this. And And then he started talking about Macedonia for a second. He was talking about how in order for Macedonia to have been able to join the EU, they had to promise that at least 25% of their bureaucracy, all the people that make up their government, they have to be Muslim. And that didn't go over well with the population that's like over 90-some% Orthodox Christian. I just wanted to mention that.
I bet.
They forced it on you.
Go ahead, Rick.
That's exactly why they try to flood that country with Albanians, who more than half of them are Muslim.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That's exactly why they're flooding all these Balkan countries with Albanians and Bosnians, because these countries predominantly Muslim.
Yeah. I have this grand idea that like this is all done like, God, I'm sorry to sound so dumb, but I swear when I was a teenager, I thought I was hot shit. I went to a really good high school. I got into a really good university, but I wasn't aware of any of this. And then as I get older, you start listening to guys like you guys or like what I am now. And they're talking about how the chessboard is much bigger and how you could set whole groups against each other. And,
oh, yes.
You don't even think that way when you're younger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
There's literally think tanks getting together every week, plotting on how to like screw over the population in every country.
Yeah, it's a full-time job for them. It's a
as
full-time job for these
folks. There's no rest for the wicked,
No, you just ask Germany and France about that, and ask Spain about it. When Germany and France were like, "Fuck it, we've had enough." When Italy closed their ports, they started shipping them up to Spain. Sure. This is how these motherfuckers get you, man. This is how they get you, and they're all going to vote in a particular way.
Yep.
Well, I think it's going to.
And even in the United States.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, partner.
Even in the United States, when you have let me make one little point. Even in the United States, when you have mass migration coming up from Central America, right? They don't necessarily have to give them the vote. All they have to do is count them on the census, and then they get extra representation in DC.
If they count,
you know what I'm saying? So it's like we don't even. Yeah, if they come up into the United States and they allow them to legally stay, and they get counted on the census, then all of a sudden California, New Mexico, and a few other places like that now have increased representation in Washington D.C. and they can, without allowing any kind of amnesty or any kind of giving them citizenship or anything like that, without any of that stuff, they can now force through legislation in the Congress now. So it's not even about. And to a degree it is, but that's not 100% of the story. In some cases, they don't even need to give the votes to the newcomers. They just give extra representation to the states that they happen to be occupying.
Agreed.
So that's like a best of all worlds.
Did you see that that commie cocksucking move that they tried to put forward a little bit earlier? They were going to make DC its own state.
Hey, they need more
you
senators.
can't do that.
Yeah. Can't do that.
Yeah.
I wonder how many
Puerto Rico.
I wonder how many Americans actually know what you just said.
They don't. All they fucking know is what stage Nicki Minaj is on. Where can I get my hot pockets, and how many cars can I crash this week and have Daddy buy me another one? This generation of people, save for an exceptional few, are fucking potatoes. They don't know nothing.
Yeah, I think Jordan Peterson, he put it, he articulated it a little bit better than Hammerhand. The way Professor Peterson puts it is,
he's more well spoken than I am. So.
Not that Hammerhand is not well spoken. He is, but I just like how Professor Peterson puts it. He says that America, we see our reality through the lens of a spoiled, petulant 13-year-old girl living in the suburbs. And I thought that was excellent because that's how it is. It's like it's what Hammer just said.
Let me see.
It's a little too eloquent for me.
Let me see if I can use Hammerhand's words in Jordan Peterson's voice. Well, I'll tell you something. Most people are a bloody potato, don't you know? It's like you have to take responsibility for yourself and stop paying so much attention to Nicki Minaj. She's just a bloody entertainer, don't you know?
Just make your bed, motherfucker.
Yeah, just make your bed.
Yeah, make your bed. We're orangutans filled with serpents.
I think he's a good intro, though. I think he does a good job bringing a lot of people to our side of things. But I don't necessarily agree with everything that he says. In fact, I thought I remember hearing. Hasn't he also come out saying that he wants people to take the vaccine? Have you guys heard that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to use that term.
No, I don't care. Say what you want to say. You don't have to cover yourself. Like I said, if this channel goes down tonight, there'll be another one tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
What I find as an outsider, like what I find most disturbing is how many Americans are ignorant of the wisdom and the warning of Thomas Jefferson's words, for example.
Well, when you paint Thomas Jefferson as a vile, disgusting rapist and racist, it's easy to ignore the lessons of history.
Yeah.
Right. And remember, at the same time, while they're attacking Jefferson, who do they prop up? They just made a musical about him. Have you got Hamilton? You guys ever hear of Hamilton?
Yeah.
Yeah, Hamilton. He's a perfect example. Hamilton. Hamilton and Jefferson were like diametrically opposed. Jefferson wanted us to stay like small town, small limited government. Jefferson was much more. We need to be cosmopolitan. We got to have all these immigrants. He openly said we must have a central bank. Of course, he didn't have the political clout at the time to do that, but eventually they realized their goals. But yeah, you see, like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, you guys got me ranting. I'm on my second beer, but go ahead.
No, it's fine. No, you're exactly right. Hamilton was what do you call it? He was a Federalist, and he was for concentrated power, or slightly more concentrated power. Even back then, the Federalists were not real big on like tyranny or stuff like that, because George Washington was technically had Federalist ideas, but he wanted no part of being called king, and he wanted no part of having too much power and that kind of stuff. But yeah, Hamilton wanted a central bank. He wanted power to be concentrated in D.C., and Jefferson didn't want a central bank. He wanted locals and state banks to take care of the financial needs, which is kind of where Ron Paul is, by the way, if I may make that observation. And then Jefferson also was for decentralization of power. So the battle between the Federalists and the Confederalists, if I may use that term, against federalism, has been going on since the birthing pangs of this country. You know what I mean? So the idea of concentration versus separation has been happening since like I said, since this was just a twinkle in George Washington's eye. You know?
Yeah, agreed. Hey, let me tell you something that's interesting. I'm sure that some of you guys will know this. The creation of the Federal Reserve, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
3 people that were opposed to the creation of the Federal Reserve all died on the Titanic.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
I knew where you were going.
A big time money millionaire? Astor? No, not Astor. Who was it? Yeah,
no, not Astor. But the 3 of the 4 people that were opposed to the creation of the Federal Reserve died in April of 1912 when the Titanic went down. I've always been a pretty firm believer in the fact that that vessel was torpedoed.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I couldn't prove
entirely
it.
Possible.
But if you've got the side scan, you got the shit that can look under 20 feet of mud. Why haven't they ever done it?
Yeah.
You know what? If I can add to that, I would bring up 2 other ships. You got the Lusitania, right? And you know, they were saying, oh yeah, no, we were just bringing over humanitarian medicine. You know, as it turns out, didn't they go down there and they took a look and they did in fact find that there were armaments. Yeah. So we were in fact, you know, bringing guns and weapons and such. And then an even more stark, and even more brazen example is the Maine. The Maine was a battleship. It sunk in Pearl Harbor. I'm sorry, not Pearl Harbor. In Havana Harbor in Cuba, and it was like the pretext for us to go to war with Spain. And then, you know, we subsequently took Cuba. I'm sorry, not Cuba. Puerto Rico and the Philippines from Spain. You know, we were like a growing empire. Well. We lied. I would go so far as to say it's proven now that the U.S. government lied, because with the invention of scuba gear, or that's an acronym. I always love talking about words. Does anyone know what scuba stands for?
Self-contained
underwater breathing apparatus. Yeah. Yes.
So we have now scuba gear, and they went down there and they took a look at the blast pattern, and what they found is the blast pattern pushed out away from the ship. which would indicate that there was a bomb on the ship that blew up. That instead, what the Americans said, or the Americans at the time, or the imperialists, or whoever was running this show, they were saying that the Spanish knew that the ship would be coming in, and so they planted these mines. So again, it's the same thing like what Hammer said. They what did you say, Hammer? They strike you while they strike out in pain and pretend that they're the victim.
They cry out in pain while they swing on you. Yeah.
So that'd be like whoever the imperialists were.
And
back
look at the
that
USS Liberty. Same fucking thing.
Was that when Israel attacked us in the Mediterranean?
When Israel fired on an American ship, yes.
Wasn't that supposedly to try to get us to attack Egypt?
What was
I heard it was because we stumbled on. I heard that the USS Liberty was the reason that it got fired upon was. And this is just what I heard. I hadn't confirmed it, but maybe one of you guys can. Is because it was a communications ship and it had stumbled upon some evidence that there was some stuff that's we say violates the Geneva Convention going on.
Yeah, they tried to sink the fucking ship and they couldn't sink it.
Yeah, exactly right. So that's what I had heard. Now, everybody, and you're not even allowed to talk about it. What's interesting is you can tell this controlled opposition is because you're not allowed to talk about a United States Navy ship, which is on record as having been attacked during that fray, called the USS Liberty. You bring this up at a Turning Point USA event, and they'll take the mic right out of your hands.
Yeah,
they'll shut you up. You're not even allowed to talk
that shows you where those motherfuckers are at, boy. Let me tell you what.
Right. It shows you where they're at.
Yeah, controlled opposition.
Isn't it true that didn't AOC didn't this just happen today or yesterday? AOC voted against the Iron Dome yesterday. Yep. Okay, and every single one was it every. I'm sorry, maybe you guys know better. What happened?
Everybody else in the squad voted for it or against it, and she voted present. She changed her vote from no to present. She
voted present. Yeah,
she had to do that.
And she was crying about it. You
know why she did it? She did it because her district is going to be rezoned, and it's going to incorporate a huge portion of Jews.
Aha.
So she had to fucking do that. Otherwise, guess what? She's not going to get reelected.
I hear she's not going to get
every one of the squad. Yeah, she's made too much trouble for the mainstream Democrats like Nancy Pelosi and them and stuff. So let me get this straight. Everyone else in the squad actually voted against the Iron Dome, and she voted present. I noticed that she was crying. My gut tells me that she got threatened. That's what my gut tells me. I don't know what you guys think.
I don't know if she got threatened as much as it was an actual betrayal of her own values.
There you go.
I think that it was a betrayal of her
she's
values.
Part of the club now. She's part of the club.
Yeah.
She's hobnobbing with millionaires and billionaires. She is a millionaire now. She used to be a bartender 10 years ago. Now she's hanging out with
10 fucking years ago. she was a fucking bartender just a few years ago.
6 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, like 3 years ago, something like that.
It was like 3 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh man. I tell you, this whole we could, what's interesting, and I love conversations like this because I can actually share what I know, take pieces of the conversation and learn a little bit, because there might be some things that I know or that I have heard that you guys haven't heard and that we can take it for consideration. This is what happens, and I want to say this to everybody out there in broadcast land. This is what happens when intelligent men get together and we start comparing notes. You start to get a more complete picture of what's going on.
Synergy,
you got to be able to talk. Yeah, you have to be able to talk. If there's anybody that's wrong in here, everybody, I am confident, would be open to revising the way that they think about certain things. But you got to prove it to me.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Ladies,
oh God. Music to my ears.
Ladies,
come bearing evidence.
Go ahead, Riff.
Ladies, are you taking notes? This is how it's done. This is called conversation.
Yeah. I mean, whether you agree, disagree, no, they do. It's just in a much more aggressive fashion, and it's always accompanied by some type of undermining or some cutthroat bullshit, And I'm not going to absolve men of that. I think that men do the same thing, but being raised by single mothers at an 80% clip, at least in this country, I can see why.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure.
And something you said rings true with me there, Hammerhand. It's like I don't mind having an intellectual debate, but everything that I say is open to scrutiny. And you said something like "come bearing evidence."
Yes.
You know what I mean? Come with something, like you better come correct. And I always do that. And it's so frustrating to deal with members of my own family that I'll be like, we'll be sitting there having a conversation about, this and that. And I've pretty much disowned members of my family, but over more something deeper than politics, but I digress. And you'll be like, hey, look, so-and-so said this and this and this. Oh, well, no, they didn't say that. And I'll dig it up on YouTube, actual footage of, and then the person I'm talking to will be like, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm like, no, you're going to hear it. Here's this person that we're talking about saying this thing that I said that they said. I never.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. See what you just brought up right now. That's an example of what I'm talking about. That's an example of I talked a second ago about Stefan Molyneux. Stefan Molyneux believes that that's actually.
Yeah.
I think the word he uses is evil. He says, you can be. What was it, like Phineas Gage, that guy who had that spike drive through his skull, and he went from being a nice guy to a totally mean person.
The blasting accident.
Yeah,
I got you. I know who he is.
Or something. And it's one of those like shining moments in the field of psychology that teaches you that brain damage is real. Well, guess what? Besides brain damage, there's a lot of people who are not brain damaged. They're just evil. So not accounting for actual brain damage, there's a lot of people who, again, he calls it evil. He basically says there are people, you just brought them up. You said you have to disown some of these people. They actually know that there's people out there lying and cheating, but they don't want to do they don't want to do the introspection and have to say, this is right and this is wrong. And so I need to change my beliefs. They're just going to go along with it anyway. He says that's basically a form of evil. That's how he puts it. And I have put my stock in that. So I don't think it's people being intellectually lazy or they're dumbfounded, they're ignorant. Yeah, some of them are dumbfounded. But it's like Nietzsche said, some people they don't know things because they don't know things. But other people, they don't know things because they don't want to know things. And that's going in the same direction. I see that as evil.
Yep.
What's up, Mr.?
I'm hesitant to actually label it as. I'm sorry, Hammerhand. Go ahead, please.
You're good, brother. Go on ahead.
And I'm hesitant to label it as evil, quote, per se, because evil is something that I categorize as like, a guy with a trident and horns and stuff like that. And this is not that. But I mean, so I'm hesitant to label it as like a evil.
But the
end result will be atrocities.
Yes.
Yes. And he talks about that too, little by little, incrementalism. It could build up to the point where you're looking the other way when, at 2 a.m, secret police are showing up at your neighbor's door, dragging him out, and you know where they're going to take him. You know what they're going to do to him. But you pretend you didn't see nothing. You don't know nothing.
And you're just glad that it's not you. Yeah.
You're just glad it's not you.
That's right. Riff, what you got to say on that, brother?
Yeah, it's the old boiled frog story. Let's just
actually, if I could change the subject a little bit, Riff, can you talk for a couple of minutes? You're from Aussie land, and there's a lot of coverage right now. I see it every day on MGTOW.tv, on BitChute. What is going on down there? Is it? I mean, can you just?
Well, it's basically a test run to see how far they can go with the police state totalitarian regime they want all countries to follow. So they're using Australia.
Who's that woman, Gladys? Is she like Greek or something?
She's actually of Armenian descent. I do feel for my Armenian brothers.
She's not a feminist, is she? That's a joke.
We really don't know because she doesn't reveal a lot of her real information. But I call her Gestapo Gladys.
Sure. I hear the words.
She may even have shares in certain vax companies.
All of them do.
Pushing so vigorously.
All of them do. Let me take you guys back to about 1996 or 97. We'll get back to this line of thought in a minute. Do you remember hearing about analog disappearing? Right, it's going to go away.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And
We want
we
digital.
can't use the
Yes.
vacuum tubes anymore. We can't do this. We can't do the other. You can still plug one of those TVs in today and make it work. Do you know that every senator and every congressperson that had a contact anyways was invested in the manufacture and development of all new plasma and LCD and LED TVs
No.
before they tried to push it on the
Doesn't
public?
surprise me one bit.
Yeah,
Right.
well,
It's the same fucking thing with
Doesn't
this
surprise me one
vaccine.
bit.
They are all invested in it, and it only benefits them to get you people to get out there and get fucking sucker punched. They don't care if you die. They don't care if you end up with nervous disorders. They don't give a shit about that. But now we can go back to the Australian stuff.
Let me ask you something, Hammer.
Yes, sir.
Let me on this. You don't open up a can of worms on this one.
Oh,
Hammer.
shit, man.
if I may cut in for just a second.
Go.
Okay, now I'm what they call a pure blood in that regard. So, with regard, do you think it's just as simple as a money grab, or do you think that there is something more sinister to this jab? Do you think that there is something more insidious like this, or is it just simply dollars and cents? What do you think about that?
I don't think that it can be much more insidious than turning part of your population on another part of your population. These people do what they do to see what they can get away with. Yes.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
when a load of Moderna is intercepted and examined in Spain, and it's determined to be 99% graphene oxide, everybody's got a problem.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a problem.
Yeah. Well, when I say more insidious, okay, I understand what you're talking about, turning sectors of your population against each other. I get that, and that certainly is happening. And the money grab that they're getting from this certainly is happening. Those are both bad things. But let me introduce you to another possibility, and now allow me to put my tinfoil hat on.
Do it.
And make reference to the Georgia Guidestones, where there is something more insidious, like, for instance, population control. Do you think that there is any of that, or is this something a little bit more explainable, like dollars and cents?
Of course, there's population control. I mean, you look at your everyday life. Every population is controlled.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely, 100%.
No, I mean, more like birth rate control is what I mean by population control, like birth weight.
Sure, but there are unintended consequences for things like this, and I think a lot of the men in this room understand what I mean. You know, you can't control every
I
alternative.
don't understand. Well, I don't understand you. What do you mean, Hammer?
What do you mean, Hammerhand?
Hey, gent, if you want to talk to yourselves for a minute, let me put this thing in the chat here so Polska Bob can jump back in if he wants to. I'm gonna.
Yeah, that sounds good. Hey, Aussie man, I think what was your name? Link or Riff or?
Well, I live in Australia. I'm not Australian.
Riff.
Riff. Can
Riff,
you, what part of Australia are you from again?
I live south of Sydney, right near the beach, and I hate the beach.
Okay, so you basically live in like a first or second ring suburb of Sydney?
And well, they treat it as Greater Sydney, even though it's not part of Sydney.
Okay, yeah. I'm from Chicago, and I basically lived in Chicago all my life, and until I went to university, and then I moved back after graduating. Now I live in a suburb of Chicago, but like we call it the Chicagoland area. So it's kind of like that, like the suburb, the outlying suburbs kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. So, can you just talk a little bit more about like Australia? Because again, from the images I'm seeing, it's getting really violent. It's getting to the point where these construction workers they're starting to attack the police back. Is that right?
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I saw that.
They've chosen the wrong group of people to attack, because the construction workers, as they call them here, the tradies, they're like the salt of the earth backbone of the country, much like the truckers and so on.
Right, like truckers. I'm a trucker. Yeah, we're roughnecks.
Right? And when they pick on those two groups of people, they're single-handedly fucking their economy, both state and federal. Because when these people say, you know what, I've had enough, we're just going to put tools down and bugger off, yeah, they've got a problem.
Mm.
And so the thing
the
is
same thing. It's kind of a. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, so the thing is, a lot of these guys, they're rough guys. I mean, they're not going to take shit. So of course, the police are going to do everything they can to be as brutal as possible to this group of people. But the problem is, I mean, when you attack and victimize the backbone demographic of your nation, that shows you how little they're thinking of the future of the people and the country. They just don't care.
I think it's much more. I think it's much more malevolent than that. I think you have to understand that, and apparently you do understand. These men, right, and they're mostly men. You know, who I think it's more of the concept. Like I was always taught. My father was a Marine, and after that, he was a Chicago police officer, and he would tell me, Joe, if you ever get into a fist fight, let's say you're outnumbered, there's 3 guys, 4 guys. Actually, try to take out the biggest guy first, and real quick, because he's the one who's going to do the most damage. If you can get a sucker punch or something like that, that's maybe the strategy I see there. It's like they're not going to go over. They're not going to go and mess with like the 60-year-old, the 70-year-old granny first. They're gonna approach. They're going to try to break the will or the spirit. You're going to want to hit the guys who are going to put up the biggest fight first, if that makes any sense.
Right.
And that's going to be
that does
young
make
men.
sense.
It's going to be men. It's going to be young men. Think of people in the trades, truckers.
It's going to be mouthy men that are outspoken.
Free.
Yeah.
Be free men.
You're able-bodied. You're hard-drinking, hard-working, able-bodied working men.
Yep.
Yeah. And I don't think you mentioned.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the workers, the hard hat wearers, the tradies, as you call it, the tradies and the truckies.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Riff, to your point about them seeing how much they can get away with in a Western English-speaking country, that's not exactly an accurate litmus test of what could happen in other English-speaking countries, like, say, for instance, Canada and the United States specifically, because the amount of weaponry that civilians have access to in Australia is highly limited, whereas in the United States and in Canada, not so much. You know what I mean? Especially speaking in the United States. And go ahead.
And you notice which 2 countries of the 3 are copying it worse? Australia and
it's your songs. Play them.
What?
Oh God, Polska Bob, is that you? Are you drunk again?
No. Somebody was asking me if I took over the jukebox, and I said no.
All right, go ahead, Riff.
It's you notice, as I said, of the 3 countries, which 2 countries are copying it the worst? Australia and Canada. And what do these countries have in common? No weapons.
Yeah, I agree. There's a gigantic fear of what's going on here with weapons.
Yeah. If you had a group of guys who were armed to the teeth, the police would not have been as brutal as they were. They would have been shitting their pants.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey,
I'd like to take small issue with Canada, though. Canada does have a lot of weaponry. I mean, not as many as the United States per capita, but certainly more than Australia and Britain.
Hey, fuck Canada. What's going on with Australia and all those guys down there?
All right, I think
you shut down the highways
for the last hour.
And shut down the gynocentric government? What the fuck is going on down there? Give us a report.
You're slurring your speech, homie.
I gotta cut my mic out.
I think you're.
See, because here in America, we're like.
I think you should clean your bloody room.
And weapons.
You should pick up the heaviest thing you can carry and clean your room.
Good Lord Almighty. Anybody want to follow that one up? Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. So.
Guys, explain what the fuck is going on in Australia.
Hey, I love you, Polska, but you got to go.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry about
that. No, just tell them to listen. No, don't pick them up.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't hold a grudge over that.
I hope not either.
Yeah.
You got it? You laid down over there, brother?
That was funny, though.
You good to go?
You know what it is? I think he just didn't. I don't think he got the tone. He stepped into a very serious intellectual conversation. He didn't know that.
I think the tone went in one ear and out the other after the 8th beer. So.
See, the good thing about the one good thing about living here is the mistakes and the cover-ups that they're making and doing, which makes people question, okay, this is obviously not about a virus. What's really going on? That becomes more obvious when you're actually living here and actually paying attention.
Yeah, I believe
there's more people paying attention than, say, Reddit would have us believe, because when there's a Gestapo Gladys 11 a.m. press conference, the comments from the people are absolutely priceless. There's more people not buying this bullshit than the media would have us believe.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
It's the same thing over here. Everybody's paying attention. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, people get ratioed and people get ratioed very, very hard. Like, especially like if you've ever seen Joe Biden do a live broadcast on YouTube or something like that, he gets ratioed hard.
It's bad. He's getting smashed up like in real life, in real time, and they cut the fucking feeds.
Well, I'm not drunk.
Let me throw.
Go ahead.
Throw something else in there real quick, just for you guys, for you gentlemen to chew on. I heard recently that England is backing off of their passport, their jab passports.
It was defeated.
Any word on that?
It's gone.
Yeah,
it was
gone. Defeated.
It was defeated.
That's amazing. So is there any chance that particular sentiment could spread to New Zealand and Australia and Canada?
Hopefully,
because I mean, England is kind of next to the United States. New Zealand is kind of the pace, or excuse me, England next to the United States. England is kind of the pace setter in the Anglosphere. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Yep.
But you think about this now. New York has what, about 20 million people? Right? 20 million. Australia's got 25 million.
You mean 10 to 12?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean New York City. I mean New York.
Australia is spread.
State. He means the state.
Oh, okay. New York State. Yeah.
As a state, about 20 million. Australia, the continent, has 25.
Right.
So I think it's much, much easier to suppress them.
Yeah. Yep.
Would it be harder to enforce there, given the spreading out of the population too, though? I mean, like the fact that 20 million people are occupying such a large landmass would make it logistically more difficult to actually enforce it, don't you think?
It's about 25.
I see both arguments.
It's about 25 million, and they're 90% concentrated in cities. Yeah. You know, there's not millions and millions of people running in the outback.
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I was going to say if any part of the central deserts and stuff like that is populated in any meaningful way, they're going to have a hard time reaching out to those people to enforce anything like that. But if they're concentrated along the coasts, then it would be just like enforcing in any other big city. So
they absolutely are concentrated on the coast, and much more on the east coast of Australia than the west.
See, the problem is Australia has had it too easy for too long, and they have no idea what this kind of situation is all about.
Well, how many fucking Chinese are in Australia now? How many embedded agents were revealed in this country?
I actually just looked that up today. I was looking up the Chinese diaspora. The Chinese are everywhere. Oh my goodness, there's like over 600,000 Chinese in Germany now.
And think about Vancouver.
And
I think there's over 1 million in Canada. And then I think we're number 2
in Toronto.
In Australia there's what, 900,000 Chinese in Australia.
Yep.
You go ahead, Riff. You were going to say something.
And they say that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So even in the town I'm living in, I mean, it's a large town. It's nowhere near a city that you guys would be used to. We used to have quite a few European restaurants, created by the European migrants here. There aren't any anymore. It's all Asian restaurants.
Well, okay. You know what? For good or for bad, I'm not going to comment on that. And some of that's actually good. That's not my major problem. My major problem is, are these people who come over here, are they going to are we going to inculcate in them our values, or are they
No.
going to come here and wipe out our values? That's
No.
what I'm concerned about.
They're not here to learn how to be an American. They're not here for that. There's 1.5 million embedded Chinese in this country right now, and we don't know who they are.
That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about. Like earlier, I was talking about, the Model T Ford, and Ford used to, out of his own pocket, pay so that mostly these, not all, but most of the immigrants that would come, excuse me, I'm sorry, I've been drinking. Most of the immigrants that would come and work for him, they didn't speak English. He would privately fund his own English classes. He wanted to make sure that all of the people, if they were Polish or whatever they were, they all learned English, and they all stood up, and they all, said the Pledge of Allegiance, and like this idea that frankly, nationalism, and I'm afraid of losing that.
That's indoctrination. I mean, even though it's in your favor, it's still indoctrination.
Yep.
And it's no different than what they do at foreign auto manufacturers when Americans go to work for them. If I went to work for any German manufacturer right now, I'd have to learn 500 common phrases of German so that I could deal with the onboard computers.
That doesn't bother me. That sounds like a good thing to me.
It's not a bad thing. What I'm saying is that if you look at it from our way, a lot of people would say, well, that's what it should be. If you look at it from their way, it's indoctrination.
Maybe, but I'm worried that
it's considered racism.
Well, I was going to say, I'm worried that if we don't do that, you can have, you can have Muslim extremists, planting explosive devices because they're not, in my opinion, they're not properly socialized. They're not Americanized. And so they hold on to some of these ideas. And then the next thing you know, if the numbers get big enough, in certain towns, like in Michigan, there are some places that are 80% Muslim. Some of these towns.
Dearborn.
Dearborn's like what, 70% Muslim now?
Yep.
Or
fucking Dearborn, Michigan.
You could start dealing with an insurgency problem. I mean,
well, you have to ask yourself why they're there. Who put them there?
Because they're brought there to create this.
Exactamundo.
Chaos.
That sounds like Western Sydney.
Yes, it's a culture breaker.
Wait,
I've called it this for a long time. Culture breaker.
How is Western Sydney? Is Western Sydney all Chinese now or something?
There are places in Western Sydney that are very Muslim.
Oh, Muslim. Okay, right.
That I've heard. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's coming. That's it. That's what's going to be. I'm telling you that, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, Mr. Armchair, Mr. Armchair theologian. That's what's going to do it. It's going to be over religion, I think, and it's going to pop off, and it's going to pop off in places like France. France, I think, is on the verge of
they're on the verge of collapse.
Yeah,
I was going to say people killing each other on the streets.
Well, they're already doing that. They're on the verge of collapse.
Well,
Germany's not far. Germany's not far behind them.
Here's another thing with regards to Dearborn, Michigan, and stuff like that. It's not as if they're coming here and setting up shop and immediately getting to work. A lot of them are being paid to stay. Yes. They're being paid out of the state coffers, and they're being paid out of the federal coffers. So it's not as if it's like, okay, you're welcome to settle down here, but you got to get a job and pull your own weight. Okay, deal. It's not like that. A lot of these people that are coming over here from the Near East are actually being paid to sit down and stay. So that's so that if that doesn't tell you that this entire thing, maybe not entirety of it, but most of it is actually being done on purpose. If that doesn't tell you that, then I don't know what does. It's like,
it's a matter of record.
We're going to pay you. You don't have to do anything. Yeah, you don't have to do anything. Just kind of sit here. Yes, just sit there and occupy space. So and raise families, etc. Whatever.
Yeah, that's a matter of record, man. That's being done on purpose, and that was started during the first Obama administration. So what they do is they locate and identify concentrated areas of Europeans, of whites, and then they government housing in the Middle East to try to break up these whites.
It's like Minneapolis. Look what they did in Minneapolis. They're just like, okay, you know what we got to do? We got to bring in tens and tens of thousands of
Somalians,
Russians, no,
Somalians,
Greeks, no, yeah, right. I was about to say Somalians. You got Ilhan Omar. why would you put them there of all places? Like, right. Because that's where they need them. That's where they need that pressure point right there. And then you see, what was it? Not was it last year? Year before last? You guys remember real estate prices in Minneapolis are going through the roof.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on real estate prices.
If you have eyes to see and ears to hear, like our brother Lion of MGTOW says all the time, you can see what's going on. Now that we see it, how do you deal with it? Because you're going to have to deal with it at some point in time, or you are going to be absorbed and you are going to disappear.
We are the Borg. Yeah.
Yes,
I personally think that things are going to fracture. Say again?
Go ahead. Go ahead,
What'd
bro.
you say, Riff?
Yeah, I was going to say, we are the Borg. Resistance is futile.
Oh, yeah. I think that things are going to get so stressful that there's going to be a shattering. There's already... Now, I don't know if this is by design or if this is one of those naturally occurring outcroppings. You have a secessionist movement in Hawaii cropping up. You have one in Alaska cropping up. And, of course, you have one in Texas cropping up. They're trying to get articles of secession onto the ballot, or they're trying to get a referendum on the ballot to secede from the Union. And you're talking about New Hampshire and places like that have tried to put it on the ballot. Now, this and there was a prominent leftist person named Sarah Silverman who talked about, why don't we just separate ourselves, and we'll be in America and you'll be America too. Yeah, and so
I actually agree
so the
with
fact that now I don't know if yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, all you have to do is look at my logo, and you'll know exactly where I stand. You know what I mean? It says Republic of Texas and then Nationalist. I'm affiliated with the TNM, but my point is that the fact that somebody in the mainstream media is talking about it, does that mean that's what they want to happen, or is that just her personal opinion? And this is a granite outcropping of the tension that we're all under. Because I personally think that it would be to their benefit to swallow the United States whole and to not let any pieces escape the vortex, as it were. You know what I mean? That seems to be the way they were trying to do it.
Let's take that first part about secession. If any state ever actually gets secession to its floor, you're going to need 2/3 ratification to make it happen. That'll never happen.
No.
That will never happen.
Never say never.
Well, it would happen under the most extreme circumstances that you would never, ever, ever have. You're not going to believe the circumstances that bring that around.
Yeah. Are you talking about the federal government that you're going to require from the federal government? Because this is one of the things that there's a gentleman. Oh yeah, there's a guy named Daniel Miller who's basically says with regards to secession, the federal constitution is silent. There is no document. I mean, there's a couple of court cases like White, the Supreme Court. I think it was like Texas versus White or something like that, and it was so that's what they're kind of banking on, is that the Supreme Court, when this finally comes through, that they're not quite going to know how to handle it. They're going to be in uncharted territory when it comes to voluntary secession. Of course, there was the onset of the Civil War, but there was hostilities there.
I was going to say
also, and there was another.
Who's got that background noise going on?
Yeah,
the mic
it sounds
there?
like someone's playing with like a tin can with a pencil inside it or something.
Oh, that was me. I'm sorry. That was me trying to serve up my lunch. I apologize.
You're good, bro.
That's right. You're at work.
I just want to know where it's at.
I was going to say, the Civil War kind of settled that, but I thought Texas is the only state in the union that has a legal framework, if they want to, supposedly, to secede from the union. When they joined the union, there was wasn't there some sort of I don't know, wasn't there something in their constitution that says at any time, if they so wish or if they so choose, they can secede?
Not that I'm aware, but I'm not
There
a
was
constitutional scholar.
There was when they first joined, but when they later were rejoined the union after the Civil War, there was a Supreme Court decision that kind of nixed it. But what they're banking on is the fact that with regards to like the Texas leaving the union right now, that the federal constitution is actually silent on it. So they're going to rely heavily on that Supreme Court decision to say no to Texas. But if Texas says, 55% yes in favor, what is the federal government really going to do? You know what I mean? And if other states start seeing, hey, look, Texas literally voted to break off. You know what I mean? And Oklahoma holds a referendum and they vote to break off. What is the federal government really prepared to do, especially when they are overdraft on their accounts, when their military is extended all over the world, when there's violence in places like Dearborn, Michigan,
Okay, so what I would say to that is look at what happened in South Dakota. South Dakota, I think, was the only state in the union that did not lock down. They did temporarily close their schools, as we all did, but not a single theater, not a single bar, not a single restaurant, not a single business was forced to close their doors during this entire pandemic. And you heard this governor lady, what's her name? Last name is Noam or something. I can't remember her first name right now, but
Kristen.
Yeah, okay.
Christy Noam.
She's taking all this flack, and it's like she's like, I don't care. No, we're free here. And I remember living. I lived in South Dakota for 5 years. They're very free-minded people. What is the government going to do? Are they going to send in troops? No.
What did they do with McGovern when they wanted to force the desegregation ban?
Well, they
in Alabama.
They sent Kent State, and you send the troops, and
they shipped in the fucking National Guard and said you're going to do it. So it's at that point in time, it's going to be up to citizens to say fuck you and start shooting, or guess what?
Right, and that's the problem. What you just said is basically that's where the buck stops. Where, when, and how are young, or I shouldn't say young, but men, and it's going to be primarily men. When are men gonna have enough and just say, you know what? My daddy gave me a shotgun, or I got this thing in my closet, and I'm tired of all this. And that's where it really, that's what's going to happen in France. I think it's going to happen first in Europe, and I think it's going to happen first in France.
I'm watching France real close.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I'm watching Australia. I'm watching Australia because Australia is watching us. If you'll notice, I don't know if you guys noticed, but like the entire Anglosphere, including England, Australia, Canada, they all pay very close attention to American politics.
Yes, I know.
So. And you can actually tune into an Australian news feed and understand their politics and understand what's going on because of the language. There's no language barrier there. You know what I mean? So I'm watching Australia because Australia has been, for the most part, disarmed. But if something pops off there, and the people are able to stand their ground, even though they've been unarmed, then that's a pretty effective litmus test as to what we can expect the next move to be over here, which means that over here, if they try to get heavy-handed with us like they did in Australia, and Australia fights back and actually looks like they're going to win, then they're going to completely and totally cease and desist over here for fear of losing their grip. That's just my opinion.
My advice to all Americans: don't ever let them take your guns.
No, sure. I can't say that'll never happen.
Oh, hell no.
It's not going to happen.
Don't let it happen.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
No, they can try. That's what.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is a good time for me to share. So I for 2 years I lost my Second Amendment right, and again, this all it all comes together. It all overlaps. It's all connected. They have these things called red flag laws, where if I don't know how to describe it. Can one of you guys describe it? Hammer, you probably understand what a red flag law.
They put measures and provisions in place to justify robbing you of your rights.
Yeah, right. Provisions. There are provisions that exist where, both my parents were Chicago police officers, and I basically beat up my parents. I was drunk at the time. I'm not saying I'm completely not guilty, but what am I trying to say? Well. Illinois Illinois is the only state in the United States where you have to have it's called a FOID card, or a firearm owner's ID. It's the only state in the union where you have to have a FOID card. In order to go to a gun shop, in order to purchase a firearm, you need to present your FOID card. If you get into like a domestic violence situation, you have to temporarily turn over your FOID. And I had to go through legal proceedings to, it's called an expungement, where I got my record expunged so I can get back my FOID card. Now, of course, if I move to Texas or some other state, that automatically goes away. But if I continue to live in Illinois, the point I'm trying to make is like there's this creeping, there's like this totalitarian tiptoe. I'm stealing a term from David Icke, where he says like, little by little they try to pass laws where they take away your rights, and that's one of the big ways here in America that they're trying to do it. They're actively trying to disarm us, and that's one of the ways. If you get into any sort of domestic violence thing with a woman, you can temporarily lose your Second Amendment right.
That's right, because it's automatically granted to her based on the assumption of guilt.
Wow.
So I just posted a link, and if you want to take a look at it at your leisure, but one day before the Arizona audits come clean, the audit database gets wiped.
No.
Yep. Well, just posted the link.
Gents, I've got to make tracks.
Oh, was that? Yeah, I heard that was back in February, right?
I'll catch you there, Riff.
Good
peace,
to
brother. Thanks for coming in here, man.
By the way, if you feel
Riff, it was a pleasure.
If you feel the desire to check out my videos, I now release them on YouTube under my Pagan Monk channel.
There you go. If you don't mind posting that link in the chat there, man, some of these guys are going to hit you up.
I was just about to say, Riff, if you can please do me a favor. After this entire live stream is done, maybe possibly if you can return to the stream and just add a comment with a link to your site. I'm always looking for fresh material.
I'll use my main channel to post a link. I've got a wrench here. Thanks, Hammerhand.
You got it, brother.
I'll do that as soon as I get off here. All right,
yes,
good to talk to you guys. I hope to do it again sometime.
Yes, sir.
Stone Reaper, you're a fucking legend. keep doing your videos there, brother. I may not comment, but I do hit a like and I listen to them. So you're a fucking legend.
Yes, sir. Much appreciation. Thanks for dropping in, Riff.
It was nice to meet you, Riff.
You too. Take care, boys.
Peace out, brother.
Yep. Wait, are you Stone Reaper?
No.
Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I'm getting drunk.
I think you might have been talking to some.
No, Stone's in the chat.
Oh, okay. I thought the gentleman
that's
from
what I was
Texas. Okay, I thought the Texas man was okay. Never mind.
No. No, I'm a student of the MGTOW lifestyle, the monk lifestyle, and a political conservative, and I've been following Hammerhand since about 2018. Back when Big John was still a force to be reckoned with within the movement. You two, Big John and Hammerhand, were my two go-to guys. So, and I'm still subscribed to Big John on his Prepper channel. So,
yes, sir.
The Prepared Mind. I think.
So, in fact, I don't know if you remember this. I don't know if you're.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the Prepared Mind, exactly right. But I'm the one who pointed out. I made notice of the pop culture references that you had on your channel, like the Logan's Run theme and the Bloodsport theme.
Yes,
I don't know if you remember me in the chat box saying, "Is that the theme from Logan's Run?" Is that the theme from
there were a
Bloodsport
few people.
Like
yeah,
that? Do you
there's
remember
a few
that?
people. Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
There are a few people that picked it out, and I always give them thumbs up on it.
Yeah. So to give you an idea how far back we're going, you know what I mean? So I want to say mid 2018. So.
Outstanding, gents. I think we're gonna start to wind this one down.
Sure.
We had 4 hours and almost 15 minutes. We got a lot of talking in here.
This has been a little bit longer than I.
I don't want anyone to be surprised when you come back to log on and it's a smoking fucking heap, because it's going to get nuked. So whatever, but it's all good. I don't give two shits. So yeah. Well, I think
you're like the Terminator, though. You'll crawl out of the rubble.
Yes, sir. I mean. Down to my very last,
like the Terminator, man.
It's just going to be a fucking arm creeping down the road. Yes, sir. You got it.
All right, well, I guess I'll take this opportunity to exit. It was a pleasure, gentlemen. Have a good rest of your night. Okay.
Yes, sir. MGTOW Cowboy. If you've got a channel and you want to tell these fellas where to reach you, by all means, drop that in the chat.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'll plug it just real quick. Yes, hello everyone, and thank you. And the MGTOW Cowboy. I'll say it one more time. The MGTOW Cowboy. Just punch it in. MGTOW Cowboy plus MGTOW, and it'll come right up. All right, guys. Take care.
Peace out, brother. Peace out. Thanks for coming in.
Take care.
It's just us.
I'm gonna hang out with you to the end if you don't mind, Hammerhand.
I don't mind at all.
Right?
Don't mind at all, brother. I
No,
think
no
go
funny
ahead.
business, no, Hammerhand. Come on now.
No, that's all right. I don't digitally molest anyone. You asked for it. So, how's work going, man? You've been on this
that's
stream
true.
for a
That's
minute.
true. So what? Oh yeah, work. I intentionally request a sites, assignments that are, quiet in the middle of nowhere and where there is literally nothing or no one to bother me, so that I can have prolonged conversations such as this. It helps pass the time.
I agree with you 100%, man. And it always makes you think a little bit too. Scrooby J in the chat says, better than an 8-hour emotional Rollo Tomasi live stream where he argues about who's alpha and who's beta to protect his scammers. What do you think about that one?
Rollo Tomasi. I've heard that name, but I do not partake of that person's content.
I'm going to tell you what, I think that's
but I
fucking
have heard the
amazing.
name.
That's good. So you're not polluted. My man, good job. Good job.
I guess I take it I'm not missing much, huh?
In my opinion, no. I don't have any. There's no love lost there. I'll put it that way. I think that folks like Tomasi and the crew that he hangs out with, they leave a lot to be desired, in my opinion. I'm not bagging on them about their physicality.
Are they pickup artists?
Yes. The
they're that crew. That's why I've never heard of them, because I don't partake of that.
Yeah, it's that crew. I have this very ticky-tacky personality, and I have to go out and confront these people and figure out what's going on and who's saying what and who's doing what. And I've exposed myself to thousands of hours of X-ray and visual cancer with these fucks. So, yeah, I know them pretty well.
Yeah, I'm like I say, I'm a practitioner of the monk lifestyle myself. You and a couple of other guys, like I said, Big John helped, I guess, for lack of a better term, red pill me to what's really going on. There was a couple of other guys like Happy Humble Hermit, and there was another guy, I can't remember. I think he used to use a voice modulator. He was kind of, I forgot what his name was, but anyways, he was like the go-to. Everybody, he was like the foundational MGTOW kind of content creator, and I just sort of started paying attention. I was like, it's true, I mean, the juice is not worth the squeeze. You know what I mean? You spend all your time, doing stuff for this other person, and they can leave at any time and collapse the entire, and upturn your entire picnic table. You know what I mean? So what's the point?
There's no point.
That's kind of where I'm at. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that a lot of men have gotten to that point, is that they realize what the end game is. The end game is take care of your fucking self, because if you don't, somebody's going to jump on your shit. They're going to suck you dry, and then you'll be crying about it, and you won't know why. You got to take care of yourself. Let me jump in the chat here real quick. Online Jedi says Hannibal and Razorblade Candy. Yeah, very, very good guys. Hannibal doesn't do a lot of stuff. It's hard to get in touch with him. But Razorblade Candy, I don't know what happened to him. I haven't seen anything from him for a long time. I don't know that he passed away, but I think I heard that he passed away. So
there was one guy that used he used the voice modulator, and he would read comments and questions that were sent to him, and he would discuss a topic. If you sent him a donation via one of the digital platforms or whatever like that, he would discuss a tailor-made topic for a few minutes, and that's how he used to make money, is that he would accept donations.
I can't
and
remember.
Discuss topics. I can't remember his name. There was Happy Humble Hermit, and there was another guy.
Yeah, Triple H. I did one with Triple H a couple of years ago, which was pretty cool. I don't know who this fella is that you're referencing. I don't know of anybody that used a voice modulator. So Dark Waters in the chat. Hammerhand, do you think PUA is effective, and is the red pill better than the black pill? But I would like to know what is the red pill in your opinion? The red pill, in my opinion, and I think with most people, I don't want to speak for them, but I would say with most people, is that you're aware. The red pill really represents awareness. And then there are levels to that awareness. It's not anything that you have to certify yourself on or be certified on. You just open your eyes as you see fit. And I don't do the black pill thing. We have a word for black pill. It's nihilism. That's what we do. PUA is effective initially, but it drastically underestimates the intelligence of the average broad. So yeah, that's my opinion on that. What do you think about that there, Tex?
I agree. I never have partaken of the pickup artist kind of mentality and stuff like that. I've always, even before I became a monk, I was always relationship oriented because I believe in traditional, gender roles and relationships and stuff like that. But then I just completely bowed out. I never have been one to play fast and loose with my sexuality. So pickup artist was just not even a consideration for me. I think a lot of guys go to pickup artistry, in their first initial knee-jerk response to red pill. It's like, well, I guess these the females ain't shit, and they're like, so they're gonna treat them like shit. So, but I think there's a certain type of person that caters to that particular lifestyle more so than others. So is it effective? I guess it really depends on who you're asking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are you the type to play fast and loose with your sexuality or not? So
I'm not. We were discussing this earlier with
no.
with old boy Undead Chronic, and no, I'm not. I cannot just lay down with somebody and dick them down and be cool with that. But I don't hold a grudge against anybody that can. So if you got to do what you got to do, then go ahead and do that. But protect yourself. Protect yourself. These motherfuckers are smart. They're not dumb. I mean, some of them are fucking stupid, but the vast majority of them out there that are baby trapping, they're not dumb. Look at Brittany Renner. Look at Brittany Renner and this ball player. She absolutely fucking aced this kid. It was a headshot from a mile away, and he never saw it coming. So,
Look at the Prince and what's her name, Meghan Markle. You know what I mean?
Man.
She's got him wrapped around the little finger, man. You know what I mean? And they have a kid together now. You want to talk about the height of gold diggery?
Well,
you know what I mean?
this fucking thing is that's
they got married. Now she's got him.
Yeah, that's an absurd relationship.
She's got him. She's got him for life.
He was a weak man.
Yeah,
he still is a weak man. I think Prince William had a little more on the ball than Harry did. At least I would hope so. But Harry appears to be an exceptionally mentally weak man.
And there's a certain thing I would like. What I'm about to say, you already know this full well, Hammer. But to those of you who are listening out there, and I've made this argument in a debate before, is that the monk lifestyle gives you protection in 3 ways. And this is for the people who just happen to be tuning in right now. Number 1, it protects you from child support payments. Number 2, it protects you from false allegations. And number 3, it protects you from communicable diseases of the sexual type, sexual transmitted diseases. Right there, that's the only surefire protection that you have against these 3 threats is to engage in the monk lifestyle. That's the only surefire, anything close to a surefire protection.
I won't disagree with that entirely. I will say, what I will say is, if you get your biology under control, get your biology under control.
Yeah.
Stop thinking with your dick. And start understanding that there's an entire world out here that doesn't require a female to sit beside you. It's one of the things that I do agree with modern thoughts. Fucking thoughts. It's one of the things that I do agree with modern thoughts with these females are. I agree with them that you don't need a man to be a complete person. You don't. You just don't. The idea of sex, sexual contact, sharing this and spreading that, it's way overblown. It's way overrated, but it appeals to people that are mentally weak, and it especially appeals to men that are raised by women because they imprint that bullshit on them as their little boys as they're growing up into men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct. And I come from a divorced family, and I spent a great deal of time with my mother, in the custody of my mother as a minor, and so they had a great deal of influence over me. And also, when I was a boy, my father would work, and my mother was a stay-at-home mom. And so, this what I'm describing right now isn't necessarily a bad thing. My mother stayed at home with the kids. You know what I mean? That wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But as I grew older and I got to see exactly what ruined the marriage between my father and my mother, and there was guilt on both sides, believe you me. And I actually said, look, let me sift through all the bull crap. And then as an adult, as a grown man, I took stock and I took count of all the times that I had been burned by a person of the female persuasion. And I said, man, I'm starting to see a pattern here, pattern recognition. You know what I mean? And I'm starting to see pattern recognition. I said, you know what? I'm just going to stop. If you keep hitting the curb every time you take this turn, take another turn, find another route. You know what I mean? Choose a different detour to go on so that so that you don't keep clipping this curb or checking this curb every time you take this turn. You know what I mean? So, and that's when around the time I got burned real bad, I got strung along, I got led on, and basically abandoned after my usefulness as a resource dried up. I was basically like a soda can. She used me up, crushed me, and then threw me away. And so that's when I really started tuning into the whole MGTOW thing. And that was about a year before I ran into you, because I was kind of off and on it, you know what I mean? And then that's when I really started. I said, let me see what's going on in the MGTOW thing going on. And that's when I ran into you and Big John and then Hermit and a few other guys.
Yes, sir. Well, much appreciation on that front. And I'm glad that anything that was coming out of my mouth was able to help you out a little bit. And especially with John, and especially with Hermit. Yeah. Hermit is very young. Triple H is very young, and he's very, very upwardly mobile for his age. But I think that's a good place to leave it off.
Yeah,
we're approaching 4 hours and 30 minutes, and gents, I can only give you my massive appreciation for this one. It's been fantastic. I've been streaming all fucking day, so I'm gonna go to bed. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night.
Thank you very, very
Thank
you very, very much for allowing me to come on and chat with you guys. I really do appreciate it. I've had an excellent time, and I hope to do this again sometime. And keep cranking out the good content, my man. It's always a pleasure to listen to your videos and everything like that. So
I appreciate all of you. You men in the chat, you master wrenches, thank you for doing what you do. For all of the guests, Tex, do you have a channel, or would you like to shill something here, sir, before we go?
I am not a content creator. I'm simply a participating observer, I guess, as it were.
Yes, sir.
I'm on Facebook. What can I say? Yeah. So I'm just an observer, and I guess now, as of right now, a participant. So I don't have anything to really plug.
Well, Tex, I appreciate the shit out of you. Thanks for coming on and hanging for as long as you did. And to all you great men in the chat, much love, much appreciation. I appreciate you greatly, and we will see you the next time around. Peace out.